tomorrow, when spring comes. Come barefoot tomorrow. Volume 3 by Misaki Seiji Namiya. Translation by Fungus Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, Summer Picture Diary. Tuesday, August 21st. Today, I finally broke the 8-second mark in the 50-meter sprint. With that, I've surpassed Takeshita and became the number one in my class. Everyone was saying that it was impossible to beat Takeshita, who is a genius. But that was a lie. I truly believe that as long as you try hard enough, anything is possible. This applies to both sports and studies. I don't think there's anyone who can't be defeated if you give it your all. That's what I truly believe. What's important is what you decide to do. If things don't go well, you just have to practice over and over again. If you can't win, you should keep challenging until you do. Dreams can come true if you don't give up. Quitting halfway is just an excuse. That's why I believe that I can become anything. I'm determined to become the person I want to be. Chapter 1, Ordinary. I'm Chika Nito, and I've been chosen as vice president for this year's Hackathon Festival. We were in the gymnasium, packed full of students from all grades. Nito was on stage, giving a cheerful speech into the microphone. I'm super nervous about taking on such a big role as a first year. Actually, to tell you the truth, I attended the Hackathon Festival as a visitor when I was in junior high. It's been my dream ever since to be part of it. I'll do my absolute best, so let's create some great memories. Thank you for having me. Applause rose from the students as she bowed her head. This fiery enthusiasm and expectation filling the air. Nito was a celebrity at our school. All eyes were on her when she walked the halls, and videos of her singing were always making the rounds. It looked like everyone was already buzzing about the fact that Nito, being the super popular figure she was, would be our cultural festival committee vice president. She's really popular, huh? I found a wry grin creeping up onto my face as I clapped along with everyone. Well, everything's going smoothly for her. Her music, her high school life, all of it. It was late September. Summer vacation had ended. The lingering heat had begun to fade, and there were hints of autumn here and there come morning and evening. Most of the students filling the gymnasium had swapped their short-sleeved shirts for long ones. It was still muggy, but every now and then a refreshing breeze blew in through the open windows, making it feel pleasant. Half a year had passed since my first high school life ended and I time-traveled for the first time. Thinking back on it, a lot has happened, hasn't it? All the things we did to keep the astronomy club alive. Nito confessing her feelings to me, and revealing that she was repeatedly looping through her 3 years of high school. Meeting Minaze-san, Nito's first music video, helping Igarashi-san search for a dream of her own. And a heap of new stuff that didn't happen my first time around. Maybe all that hard work paid off, because so far, my second go at high school was going very smoothly. Nito and I were still a couple, and Igarashi-san and Nito remained best friends. The astronomy club's activities were continuing smoothly, too, with us regularly stargazing and making videos. And today, with the first semester behind us and summer vacation over, the second semester had begun. We were in morning assembly, watching the staff for our upcoming cultural festival, the Hackathon Festival, be introduced. Hackathon means blue, azure sky, so it seems to be a specific name the school uses for the cultural festival. Well then, thank you, Nito Chika-san. With that cue from the teacher, Nito gracefully exited the stage. She's still a first-year student, so please, everyone, lend her your cooperation. Next up, oh, right. Suddenly reminded of my first high school go-around, I let out another sigh. Nito was vice president then too, and did an amazing job. It was about 3 years ago in my own timeline. I vaguely remember it. Back then, Nito and I had just started dating, but it was obvious that things weren't going smoothly. My grades were in the toilet, while Nito's star as a musician was quickly rising. I got really down on myself, and little by little, started putting distance between us, almost without realizing it. Plus, right after the cultural festival, Nito made her major debut. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. Nito stopped coming to the club room, and our relationship just fizzled out on its own. Oh man, that was rough. wasn't it? While I don't remember all the details from back then, I do remember that part, at least. Makoto hadn't started high school here yet, and I felt completely alone. There was one more thing I remembered as well. "Good morning," a strong masculine voice said from up on stage, echoing throughout the gymnasium. Taking a look at him, he was tall, with short, stylish hair, a chiseled face and a toned body. Even from a distance, you could clearly see a high-status aura radiating off of him. "I'm this year's Hekaton Festival president, Rokuyo Haruki." There he was, the top dog of our school's popular crowd. And, to me, Rokuyo-senpai, another member of the astronomy club we revived. "I'll be the person in charge of running the Hekaton Festival this time around. Looking forward to your support." Yeah, that's right," I nodded to myself as I watched him confidently stand there on stage. Rokuyo-senpai and Nito were the ones who helmed the cultural festival, weren't they? It was the same in my first go-around. The cultural festival committee members were recruited through nominations. And, after an election among those nominees, Rokuyo-senpai was picked as president and Nito his vice. Amanuma High School's cultural festival is known as Hekaton. It's pretty big for a public school one. TV crews have been known to come and broadcast it, and the stage performances were streamed online, giving it the atmosphere of a local festival. And two of my fellow astronomy club members were chosen to steer such a huge event. "I want to make this year's Hekaton even more exciting than usual," Rokuyo-senpai continued in a powerful voice. "To be straight with you, I want to make it the best Hekaton ever." An excited stir rose up from the students, like a collective ooh. Rokuyo-senpai's speech had an oddly persuasive power to it. Whether I wanted to or not, I found myself getting hyped up just from listening to it. "To make that happen, we're planning to take on loads of new challenges we've never tried before. Stuff like expanding the venue and beefing up the streaming system. But that's not all. We're gonna level up the events we do every year, too. Specifically, I'll be in charge of the volunteer stage, and Nito, our vice president, will oversee the main stage. We're aiming to make it more fun than ever before." Surprised murmurs escaped the lips of the students once more. Some even gave little cheers. Looks like Rokuyo-senpai's charisma as the committee president was already shining through. "So, let's all work together, okay? Let's join forces and make this the best Hekaton ever." A huge round of applause echoed throughout the gymnasium. You could clearly feel the mix of anticipation and excitement from how loud it was. "He really is amazing," I found myself muttering. Both of them, honestly. To take on such a huge responsibility. Rokuyo-senpai and Nito really did live in a completely different world from mine. Being entrusted with such a mammoth task from the school, and getting cheered on like this by the entire student body. A sight like this would have depressed me in my first go-around. And seeing Nito standing alongside Rokuyo-senpai made me feel like I was being left in the dirt back then. Not so, this time. The scene before me took on an entirely different meaning now. Rokuyo-senpai, the guy who'd been pivotal in saving our astronomy club, and Nito, my girlfriend, those two would be running this year's cultural festival. "Guess I should cheer them on?" I muttered to myself and gave a single nod. I might be nothing more than a background character compared to them. I might not have been given any authority or roles, but they're important to me. I feel like there must be something I can do. For the first time I could remember, I felt enthusiastic about a school event. I'll support them in any way I can. Without a second thought, I made up my mind to do just that. Man, I really need to pull out of the stops, don't I? Later that day, we were eating lunch in the courtyard as the weather was so nice out. Nito, eating a sandwich, sighed. Her long, black hair seemed to shimmer silver in the autumn sunlight, the pink undertone of her hair peeking out and the sky blue of her nail-polished toes, visible as she'd taken off her shoes, was more subdued than usual, blending in with the surrounding colors. Her expression was much more relaxed than when I saw her on the stage this morning. The light in her eyes was calm. Her cheeks were naturally relaxed, and the tension had left her shoulders. Nito's habit of playing the model student in public, while showing her true self to people she's close to, hadn't changed. Hekaton, I'm actually gonna be in the final act on the main stage. Yeah, I nodded, remembering the last time. That's how it was at the Hecate, I remember too. It seemed like it was super hyped up. Though, for whatever reason, I couldn't bring myself to watch it myself. But that day's performance was also a hot topic among students for a good while after. The song was incredible, the performance was amazing, the aura was unreal, and so on. It was such a hot topic that even I, virtually friendless back then, heard about it. I know, right? Nito said casually, swinging her legs. And also, there was this TV crew covering the event. They got it all on camera, and it ended up on the news. That's when someone from a record label happened to see it, and my major debut came to be. Oh, so that's what happened. I had no idea that's how things had unfolded. Honestly. Currently, Nito was part of Integrate Mug, an agency that supports creators. While she was already making stuff there, and her songs and music videos were uploaded online, she wasn't signed to a record label and as such wasn't distributing her songs that way. Now, though, thanks to the cultural festival, she would sign a contract with a record label to put out her music far and wide. In other words, she'd make a so-called major debut. A major debut in the Japanese entertainment industry refers to an artist or group signing a contract with a prominent record label or talent agency and releasing their first official music or acting work. Yep. So I've gotta go all out this time, too. Nito chuckled, her face looking a bit troubled. I've gotta put on a performance that makes the person from the label be like, "What is this? You often hear that these days you don't really need a major debut." I'm not particularly up with the music scene, but I was suddenly curious about something and just had to ask. I mean, given that you can share stuff online now, seems like there's less and less of a need to sign with a major record label. Couldn't you just continue working with Integrate Mug as you have been, performing in a way that would impress a record label? I imagine that must be incredibly difficult to pull off. A company will invest a decent chunk of change in an artist they debut, so they can't enter into contracts lightly. Especially in today's economy, which is often said to be in a recession. That means, unless you can put on a real showstopper of a performance, then there's no way you can make a major debut. On top of that, Nito also had her duties as vice president of the Cultural Festival Committee. Seems pretty rough, doesn't it? Taking on so many things at once must be really hard, is it not? So, why not put the debut on the back burner for the minute and focus on making the cultural festival a success? That's what I thought. But it's true, there's a heap of musicians who have made it big without a major debut, Nito said, her face suddenly becoming serious. Some people get internet famous and sell their own music. Speaking in terms of business, that might even be easier because you have less people to deal with. See? So why not aim for that, Nito? I've considered doing that, too, Nito replied with a wry smile, biting her lip a little. Actually, I did try doing that in another loop, but what happened? Minae-san ended up getting burned out. Minae-san, the founder of Integrate Mug and Nito's creative partner. She's like a producer, director, and manager rolled into one, supporting all of Nito's activities as a musician from behind the scenes. I guess there really is a limit to what one person can do in terms of negotiating and managing things. Even then, she kept trying to scale up my activities, pushing herself too hard. Despite how she looks, she's actually not that strong mentally. She had quite the dramatic breakdown. Nito lowered her eyes as she recalled that time. So, that's why I really have to make my major debut. I've got to reduce Minae-san's workload. Gotcha. Right. Yeah, that does make sense. She's trying to protect her precious comrade. Nito was willing to push herself for the sake of Minae-san, someone who'd done so much for her. She feels compelled to put on a great performance, even if it means stretching herself too thin. It's just like Nito to think that way. And I found myself loving her all over again for it. Then, what I needed to do was simple. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it, I said, looking straight into Nito's eyes. If there's anything you need help with, I'll do it. So, don't hesitate to ask. That's why I'm redoing my high school life. I'm here now to be by Nito's side, to save her from a future where she disappears. I want to do everything I possibly can. For my own sake, I want Nito to rely on me. Got it? Nito raised her head and looked at me. Her cheeks relaxed. Thanks. I appreciate it, she said with a smile that seemed ready to spill over. But, I mean, the performance this time isn't overly difficult. I've looped through it enough times to understand that the bar to impress isn't set that high. If anything, the live stream back in first semester was way harder. Huh, really? Thrown off by what she said, I found myself gawking back at her. Then, what do you have to push yourself so hard for? Nito's expression darkened again. Looking hesitant, she took a moment to search for the right words. The resolve to make someone unhappy. Maybe? Caught off guard again, I was at a loss for words for a second. The resolve to make someone unhappy. What does that mean? Nito's future was looking bright, and Mine-san was even getting some help. So was there something else that would happen? But before I could form that question into words, hey, you'll really do anything? Nito asked, her tone shifting. You'll help me with anything I need to succeed on stage? Why yeah, I nodded, confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. Of course I will. Leave it to me. I mean, this is my second time in high school after all. I'm pretty experienced, if I do say so myself. I see. Nodding, Nito flashed me a broad grin. All right then, how about a kiss? Wah, Megari, kiss me. Thump. My heart skipped a beat, pounding painfully. A kiss? Huh, is that, what do you mean by that? The thing that couples do. Why would you? I stammered in a fluster, struggling to figure out how we arrived at this point. How'd we get here from the last topic? Because. Nito's grin grew even wider as she peered into my face. Then, she leaned in even closer. If I have that kinda reward, I can work harder. And besides, you've never done it for me before, have you? That's right, I haven't. So then, I'd like you to do it at least once. Come on. That's okay, right? She was right. I hadn't taken the initiative before. We had kissed a few times since we became a couple. The first time was on the rooftop, right after we started dating, and a few more times after that, when the mood was right. But Nito was definitely always the one to initiate it, and I would invariably end up just going along with it. All right. Yeah, I get it. That probably didn't sit well with Nito, and as her boyfriend, I wanted to meet her expectations right now. Then, still a bit flustered, I braced myself. Okay, I'll do it. Once your performance has gone well, I'll do it. So do your best. No, that's not what I meant. But then, Nito, looking surprised, quickly cut off what I had steeled myself to say. It's not about my performance going well or anything like that. It's about right now. I'm saying I want a kiss now, so I can work hard from here on out. And now? Yes, now. I can't wait for something that far off. But we're in the courtyard. Other students might come. There's nobody here right now. So this is our chance to kiss. It's now or never, Nito said, energetically coming at me. She held my hand tightly and looked straight into my eyes. Commande. There's no time to hesitate. Her eyes, like wet crystals, gazed at me. The sculpted bridge of her nose and those soft, thin lips beneath it. I felt my heart throb and thought to myself, if it's come to this, I have no choice but to go for it. It'd be unthinkable to say no at this point. I truly want Nito to give it her all. So, I have no choice but to kiss her. And therefore, I have to initiate the kiss. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Nito was about to put her blood, sweat and tears into the cultural festival. I shouldn't hesitate to do this much for her. I made up my mind and took a deep breath. Then, summoning strength in my arm, I slowly inched my face closer to Nito's. Yo, Sakamoto, and quickly pulled away. A voice called to me from a corner of the courtyard. Startled by that familiar, brusque sound, I hastily pulled my face away from Nito's and whipped my head around to see who it was. Hey, dude. It's about our act for the cultural festival. Yeah, we were thinking that we could turn our class into a cosplay cafe somehow. Reckon you could help us out with your vote? It was my friends, the trio, Nishigami, Takashima, and Akuta. They were the group I usually hung out with in class. As they sauntered over, they suddenly clocked Nito sitting next to me. "Why you? Didn't know you were with Nito-san. Tell us beforehand, bro." They backpedaled with strangely nervous looks on their faces. "See, come on. You can't blame me for that when you're the ones who barged in out of nowhere, but we need to mentally prepare if Nito-san is around." "Yeah, man. We can't be getting in the way of you two." "What? You don't need to worry about it." Nito switched to her model student mode in an instant. She'd put her shoes back on at some point, and turned a cheerful smile toward the three of them. "We're all classmates. You can talk to me casually if you want. We can even have lunch together." "Huh, for real? Nito-san, you're too kind." Nishigami and the other two were clearly overwhelmed with gratitude. But, honestly, I could understand their feelings painfully well. In my first go-around at high school, I'd put some distance between Nito and I. It was painful to be near her, so I ended up running away. The original me was standing in Nishigami's shoes, an ordinary, unremarkable person who wouldn't normally belong around someone like Nito. "So, nah, you guys don't need to hang around. Nito and I will eat alone." "What's the big deal?" Nito-san said. "It's fine. Don't act like her boyfriend just cause you started hanging out." "I'm not acting. I actually am her boyfriend." Arguing with Nishigami, I realized this second go at high school had turned into a real trip. The reality of being by Nito's side, a girl from a completely different world, hit me again. People might all be equal, and maybe heaven doesn't create one person to be put on a pedestal above another. Yet, in reality, there were all different types of people. Nito, me, and the other two astronomy club members probably weren't the types to hang out together in normal circumstances. It's strange, yet also wonderful, being around them. With just a little effort, unlike the first time, I could enjoy their company. "But really, let's eat together next time." "For real? You mean that?" "Yeah, it's more fun when everyone's around." Nito was chatting cheerfully with Nishigami and the other two, but out of view of the trio. I felt Nito pinch the back of my hand. Clearly she was still a little miffed about not getting a kiss. Honestly, I was genuinely over the moon to know this side of Nito. Later, I was with another one of those different types, my senpai Haruki Rokuyo, a guy practically living on a different planet to me. Ugh. Man, what should I do? It was just the two of us in the astronomy club room, with Nito and Igarashi-san having left on some errand or other. He grumbled loudly to himself as he sat in front of a laptop, working hard on Hecatan Festival prep. This won't be enough. Damn, I need another strategy. Ah, so even someone like him finds it tough, huh? Guess that's how it goes when you're the committee president. He was popular and quick on his feet, so I'd always pegged him as a guy who could get things done. He was also a bit of a badass, and gutsy to boot, so came across as someone who'd come through in a clutch. But still, taking charge of the entire festival has got to be tough. Internally, I made a face like a loyal crony and thought, take it easy, boss, don't push yourself too hard, eh? But there was one thing I didn't quite get. Senpai, I said louder than I had intended as I looked up from the smartphone I had been staring blankly at. Wouldn't it make more sense to do the cultural festival preparations with the committee? You have a room assigned, don't you? Yeah, but Rokuyo-senpai looked up from the laptop and let out a deep sigh. I can't whinge about stuff over there. I don't wanna drag the mood down. I'm trying to keep it positive, show them the go-getter side of me, you know? I see, so that kind of thing bothers you, huh? Course, if anything, that's the most important thing. So, when I feel like I'm stuck on something or feel like complaining about shit, I'll work over here. The most important thing, huh? I see, so people like him really care about keeping others motivated. It might have just been a pride thing, not wanting to show people his negative side, but the image I had of him was more of a big shot type. But my bad, Megari. Did I bring the mood down for you? No, it's all good, I said, vigorously shaking my head from side to side. It's just a bit surprising that even you have times you want to complain about stuff, Rokuyo-senpai. Well, yeah. He paused for a second, as if thinking, before offering a tired smile. I was pretty sure it was the first time I'd seen him make an expression like that. A smile that felt like a window into his tough, high-status soul. "Can we talk for a bit?" he finally asked. He gave me a rare, probing look. "You got some time now, Meguri?" There I was, getting "I need your advice" vibes from Rokuyo-senpai, practically the king of outgoing types. "Oh, of course." I nodded enthusiastically, feeling oddly happy. "I'm all ears, so please go ahead. Don't hold back." Why do I feel so happy about this? I felt flattered, and a bit humbled too. But mainly just very happy to be needed by such a high-status guy. This is like those other times, isn't it? Like the relief of seeing girls in my class using my seat without asking during lunch break. Feeling naturally accepted, or at the very least not being avoided. Just how low is my self-esteem? I told you before, yeah? That I wanna start a business. Oh, yeah, I do remember you saying that. I wanna start a company with my friends and grow it together. My old man started his own business too. I admire that about him and wanna do the same. He'd talked about that when he joined the astronomy club. He wanted to start a business. So he wanted to interact with people with different backgrounds and personalities while he still could. For that reason he wanted to join the astronomy club, where there was a different vibe to what he could find around his classmates. I could definitely see Rokuyo-senpai becoming a businessman. I mean, this is what up-and-coming entrepreneurs look like, isn't it? A lot of the ones with a high-status air about them seem like they would have been popular since their student days. But my old man doesn't approve, Rokuyo-senpai said, looking like be spitting out something bitter. These days, starting a new business is reckless. He thinks I should work at his company first. You serious? Opposition from parents. That phrase and my image of Rokuyo-senpai didn't quite mesh well, making me feel strange. But it makes sense. He has parents too, and it's normal to seek advice from them about his career path and hear their opinions. If I remember right, Rokuyo-senpai's father is the president of some company. I would have thought he'd understand his son's dreams, but wanting him to work at his own company, huh? Maybe that's a common story in wealthy families, but it's just, I wasn't having it and kept pushing and pushing. Then, he threw a condition at me. Said if I could nail it, he'd get on board with my plan to start a business, and even help me out. As he finished speaking, the bell rang. I glanced at the clock. 7 p.m. Time for everyone to leave the school grounds. Should we continue this convo while we walk? Sure, let's do that. We nodded to each other and packed up our things. After locking up the club room, we head for the stairs. My old man is an alumni of this high school, Rokuyo-senpai said in his low, pleasant voice as we briskly descended the stairs. The lights inside the school were already being switched off, making it a bit dark. Out the window I could see the sun setting in Ojikubo's sky. It was a deep indigo, like a spreading stain, dotted with the occasional small twinkling star. And in his second year he was the president of the Hecatan Festival Committee. Just like me. What, really? I yelled in surprise as we headed through the hallway towards the staff room. So, you're the second generation in your family to become the festival committee president. Crazy to think stuff like that happens. Well anyway, the condition he gave me is related to the festival. We said hello as we entered the staff room and returned the club room key to the key box. Many teachers were still working at their desks, so we bowed and left the room. I told everyone I'd be in charge of the volunteer stage for this year's Hecatan, and Nito would handle the main stage, remember? Unlike previous years, where the president and vice president would directly manage everything together. Right. Volunteer stage and main stage. As their names suggest, the volunteer stage is a smaller one where volunteers perform, and the main stage is the heart of the cultural festival, managed by the school. Usually, the main stage is in the first gymnasium, and the volunteer stage uses a special classroom, each buzzing with their own kind of atmosphere. But there was a massive difference in scale. There were probably 3 audience members at the main stage to the volunteer stage's 1. I need to make the volunteer stage win against the main stage, Rokuyo-senpai said in a dumbfounded voice as we descended the stairs again. He told me to beat the main stage in terms of audience size. Are you serious? If I can do that, he'll give me his tick of approval to start a business. I could distinctly feel just how steep of a challenge that was. In short, win against the main stage with the substage. It meant attracting more than triple the usual audience numbers. No matter which way I looked at it, that was no small feat. The condition seemed like a pretty big stretch, even for Okuyo-senpai. And I remembered something else. Ah, wait a minute, I said loudly as we reached the first floor and continued down the hallway. Nito is the final act on the main stage, isn't she? It looked like pretty much all the students had already left. My voice echoed in the deserted hallway. She's going to perform as Nito, right? And not just any old performance. It was a performance with her major debut on the line, one which would decide the future of this loop. Nito would definitely go in with all guns blazing, and I personally hoped it would go well. But he had to beat that stage. Okuyo-senpai had to win against Nito. Is that actually even possible? My eyes dropped to my feet, and found myself filled with doubt. Even in a normal year, it's an unrealistic goal for the volunteer stage to beat the main stage. I feel like I would give up right away, and even with Okuyo-senpai at the helm, I don't see it being realistically achievable. And then there was Nito. On top of all that, she stood as a barrier in front of him, a musician with overwhelming talent. A true genius who would sweep Japan's music scene, appear in the Kohaku Utagassen a few years later, and even make a foray overseas. Kohaku Utagassen is a famous annual Japanese music television program that features a singing competition between two teams, the red team, female artists, and the white team, male artists. Even now, Nito attracted a huge amount of attention as a musician active online. He had to compete with her and win. And on top of that, in a domain where she had advantage, attracting an audience. I mean, is something like that even possible? Well, I've got no choice but to do it. Okuyo-senpai said in a surprisingly cheerful voice. I'm definitely in a tight spot, not gonna deny that. Nito's a genius. 99 out of 100 people would give up. Yeah, I think so too, but turns out I'm that one person left over. Okuyo-senpai said and laughed fearlessly. I'm for sure an ordinary person. I've been told I'm the type who can do anything if I try, but the fact that I can't do it unless I try makes me normal. If that makes sense. But still, if I fight with everything I've got, I should be able to pull it off somehow. If I don't throw in the towel and keep brainstorming, I'm sure I'll find a way to bust through. Arriving at the entrance, we changed into our regular shoes at our respective lockers. And as we were leaving the building and making our way towards the main gate, I'm gonna do it, Okuyo-senpai said, as if in challenge. I'll show you how an ordinary person can beat a genius. Section. I used to think that people who make excuses about differences in birth were lame as shit. Those were Okuyo-senpai words to me as we sat at the back of a cafe near the school. Sitting across from me, he blew out a puff of cigarette smoke with a bitter look on his face. Parent gacha, face gacha, house gacha, those are all just excuses, he said in a low voice, using the term gacha as if referring to a life lottery. By reflex I almost told him off for the cigarette he had in his mouth, but thinking about it, Okuyo-senpai was already over the age of 20, the smoking and drinking age in Japan. Legally, he was allowed to smoke. I was back in the future, 2.5 years after the cultural festival. In the present timeline, Okuyo-senpai, who had aged a bit since and was a UNI student now, looked very worn out. His short hair was a mess, with no attempts at styling it, and his shirt was wrinkled. The energy and aura from his high school days seemed to have faded, and even his voice had lost its vigor. I was dead wrong, he said as he blew out more smoke. No shit, people have differences in birth. No matter how hard someone tries, there are talent gaps that can't be closed. He looked down and murmured her name. Nito is from a whole different world. It was a terribly faint voice. It didn't sound like Okuyo-senpai at all, a voice so weak it was hard to hear it. We weren't even in the same dimension. I can't win against someone like that. He was defeated. Apparently Okuyo-senpai, after our talk, went all out in planning the volunteer stage. He gathered the performers himself, negotiated to use a larger venue, and put a lot of effort into promotion. But, even still, 4 times the numbers. The result was beyond cruel. The difference was even larger than normal. Ahaha. There's nothing else to do but laugh. 4 audience members at the main stage to the volunteer stages 1. The total number of visitors did increase significantly, but Nito achieved an even more amazing result. She gathered more people than the venue could hold, setting a record for the largest number of attendees, and won by a landslide. Because of that, Rokuyo-senpai gave up on starting a business, and now seemed to be living his UNI life with a sort of self-destructive attitude. I see, I replied in a stiff, dumbfounded voice. Quadruple. Rokuyo-senpai had taken it very seriously. He must have put in more effort than I could possibly imagine. Everything should have been pretty high quality, too. It was a stage with him at the helm. After all, I didn't actually see it with my own eyes, but it must not have been bad. But still, quadruple. Rokuyo-senpai was completely blown out of the water, failing to even achieve the usual triple audience count compared to the main stage. A wall was mercilessly slammed down between him and his future. Just then, I remembered something. The first time, from my perspective at least, that I ever spoke to Rokuyo-senpai. It was the day I time traveled for the first time, in the middle of a discussion about the future with Makoto. Rokuyo-senpai had come over to us and kicked up a conversation. At the time, he said something like, "I guess you could say we were rivals." No, we couldn't even be that. I'm sure the Rokuyo-senpai in that timeline must have felt the same way as this one. He took on Nito at the cultural festival and was crushed. In that timeline, he looked to me like nothing more than a dazzling upper-class boy. But in hindsight, there was definitely a hint of sulkiness about him. In every timeline, Rokuyo-senpai had his convictions shattered by Nito. Since then, Rokuyo-senpai continued in a raspy voice, Nito stopped coming to the club altogether. "And you two broke up, yeah?" Yeah, that's right. I awkwardly pretended as if I knew the story. Despite it being the first time I was hearing it, the Hecatan Festival was the trigger, right? Sorry. Not only did I mess up myself, but I also messed up your relationship. Is he really going to blame himself for that too? Despite the hurt Rokuyo-senpai must have been feeling, he really felt responsible for that as well. Just then, I recalled something else. The other day at lunch, while we were talking about the cultural festival, Nito muttered something. The resolve to make someone unhappy. Maybe? It all makes sense now. Nito knew that if she won, Rokuyo-senpai would get hurt. She probably even knew that his future would be barred to him and he'd spiral into despair. Just like the fight with Igarashi-san had pushed her to the edge. This incident might also be one of the reasons why she disappeared. I wonder how she's doing now. I looked out the window after hearing Rokuyo-senpai say that. Why would she up and disappear like this? Even with so much going for her, despite everything, concern and worry for his friend was still writ large on his face. Once more, I really felt that this shouldn't be how it ends for Rokuyo-senpai. Arg, damn it. I just can't seem to get it right. Sitting in front of the piano, Nito ruffled her hair in frustration. It's like I can't find my voice, even though I feel totally fine. I found myself back in the past timeline, after school with everyone in the club room. Nito was apparently struggling with her practice. She was getting irritated, hitting the piano keys and trying to sing over and over again. It was probably about 3 days since all of us were together like this. Prep for the Hecatan had slowly picked up, and everyone was a lot busier after school. Is that why? Seeing Nito, Igarashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai all gathered together like this filled me with emotion, and I let out a deep sigh while fiddling with my smartphone. I thought it was totally fine though, Igarashi-san said in a relaxed voice as she stood next to Nito, sipping on juice. Your piano playing and singing are both super good. I mean, isn't this fine as it is? No, well. Around when summer vacation ended, it felt like Nito's popularity had reached new heights. Her first animated music video broke the record for the fastest ever to reach 1 million views, and interview requests from music mags came in left, right and center. And her live stream last week peaked at 20,000 concurrent viewers. By now, she'd become an artist anyone with even a passing interest in music would know. And yet, she was still the same old Nito. Barefoot as always, her nail-polished toes wiggled around as she sat pouting in front of the piano. I reckon it was pretty good too, Rokuyo-senpai chimed in as he worked on something on his laptop. It's pretty awesome as is, perfect, even. You think so? But I mean, that's just an amateur's opinion. Sorry for butting in, he said flatly. To him, Nito was a daunting wall standing before him, a potential obstacle in his life. Some might even say, an enemy. But he still treated her with nothing but friendliness. If anything, he even offered her support. That's just the kind of guy Rokuyo-senpai was. Yeah, I guess I'll try a little harder, Nito said, turning back to the piano. I feel like I'm close to getting it right. I'll give it a few more tries. Go, Chika, don't overdo it. The two of them cheered her on. I'd already made up my mind. I'd already decided what to do when the cultural festival rolled round. I looked at each person in the club room in turn. Nito, with her hands dancing on the piano keys, and Igarashi-san, pen in hand as she stared at a printout, deep in thought. She was likely brainstorming about her class's act for Hecatan. Finally, there was Rokuyo-senpai, occasionally consulting with his vice president Nito as he worked away on festival committee tasks on his laptop. I'd grown attached to this place. I'd even come to think of it as my own, and the people in it as my friends. So, I wanted to protect everyone's future. I wanted to bring everyone to a happy future, not just Nito, and be able to greet the graduation ceremony with a smile. In order to make that happen, I had to take action. I had to prevent the tragedy that would happen at Hecatan. All right, let's do this, I muttered to myself while watching a video about the James Webb Space Telescope, just uploaded yesterday on a channel dedicated to cosmic trivia. First things first, I need to find something I can do. I was sure I could do it. Until that point, I'd been able to change the future little by little. I'd managed to gradually alter the outcome of Nito's disappearance. So, this time had to be the same. I was determined to find the right answer for all of us. It had to be out there somewhere. Interlude 1. Here, this is documentation from past volunteer stages. I was in the staff room after school. Mitarai-sensei, who oversaw the cultural festival committee, handed me a thick bundle of papers, and this is a separate list of students who have expressed interest in being stage staff. Got it. Thanks a lot. Rokuyo. I think you'll be fine since it's you, but, Mitarai-sensei said, flashing me a trusting smile. Keep it running smoothly and take care not to push yourself too hard, especially you, being the president. Don't hesitate to rely on others when you need to. Yes, I'll be careful. Excuse me. After bowing, I left the staff room. I thumbed through the documents I'd just been handed while heading to the festival committee's special classroom. Don't push myself too hard, huh? I couldn't help but smile as I looked at the long list of information. You're right, but it's fun to push yourself in situations like this, don't you reckon? President of the Hecatan Festival Committee. To be honest, I've been eyeing this position ever since I entered this high school. There was a huge hurdle for me, my old man. This was a role he'd once taken on too. For the longest time, I've wanted to surpass him. Nearly 30 years ago, he entered the best high school in the area, Amanuma High School, and then went on to one of the top universities in the country. On top of that, he started his own company and had been managing it for 20 years. I needed to someday surpass such a mighty figure, using my own strength. So, the challenge before me was rather convenient. It was a chance to face my old man head-on with my own power. So, I didn't have the luxury not to push myself. I wanted to challenge myself, to fight to my absolute limits. And Nito was the best rival for a battle like that. Oh. Just then, I noticed something. There were 2 familiar names on the stage staff applications sheet. Those guys, I said to myself, unable to hold in a chuckle. If those 2 were involved, it was shaping up to be a lot of fun. The anticipation for what was to come grew even stronger within me. All right, let's do this. With a new flame of determination lit inside me, I opened the special classroom's cream-colored door. Chapter 2. You're not included in my life. What? You signed up to be on the volunteer stage staff? A week had passed since the Hecatan Festival Committee president's announcement. After school, the mood slowly shifted as the whole school began entering preparation mode. Our class had decided on a cosplay cafe, perhaps questionably, and everyone was on the way to buy supplies. Nito's eyes went wide after that bomb was dropped on her. Megari, did you volunteer yourself? Yeah, after giving it a lot of thought, I decided to go for it, I replied, feeling a bit awkward yet trying to stand tall as I nodded to Nito. The Nishigami trio were walking a bit ahead of us, so I made sure to speak quietly so they wouldn't overhear. I thought a lot about you, about Rokuyo-senpai, and about myself. And I figured this might be the best course of action. October had arrived, and the season had turned to full-blown autumn now. People walking the streets were gradually starting to wear thicker clothes. As we walked through the shopping district, we could hear the Sujinami Ward's local FM radio advertising local restaurants. It's the season for delicious food. I have a soft spot for this station. The info was kept relevant to the local area, and the talking sounded laid back. No, now's not the time for escapism. Humphrey, Nito murmured doubtfully. The question was how best to explain my decision to her. Just as Nito said, I personally signed up to be on the staff for the volunteer stage, which Rokuyo-senpai was in charge of. To be honest, I had my doubts about the decision. It was a showdown between Nito and Rokuyo-senpai. Nito was my girlfriend, and Rokuyo-senpai was an important club mate. I wanted them both to be happy. Though, to be fair, if I had to choose who to prioritize, it would be Nito. The very reason I started time traveling in the first place was to prevent Nito's disappearance. Her future meant everything to me, so maybe this time too, the best course of action would be to support her as she prepared for the cultural festival's main stage. But Nito is from a whole different world. Future Rokuyo-senpai had said that self-mockingly, as if he was about to cry. There's no way I can leave him to face it alone. I can't just abandon him after seeing him like that. I'll help out. I'll lend a hand. Heck, it even stirred some kind of maternal instinct in me. And honestly, I think Nito will succeed even without my help this time. If she just kept working hard on her music and performed at the actual event, that alone would be overkill. So, if I want to resolve everything peacefully, to prevent Rokuyo-senpai's despair and Nito being rocked by it, I should probably help Rokuyo-senpai, rather than the other way around. That's why I volunteered to be on the volunteer stage crew. I'd gotten a warm welcome from the committee members who were already there and head honcho Rokuyo-senpai, that said, "Traitor." I could almost see Nito glaring at me, pouting as she said that. "You promised you'd be on my side, Sakamoto. You said you'd do anything for me." "That'll be how it goes down, won't it?" No doubt Nito knew that Rokuyo-senpai was challenging her to a fight. It must look like I, her boyfriend, had sided with the enemy. That said, I didn't think Nito was truly angry. Her tone was fairly playful. But yeah, I definitely did feel a bit guilty. "Sorry," I said to her. My shoulders slumped. I had my reasons. "Please forgive me just this once." "But even Moan is doing it," Nito continued, genuinely looking a little lonely. "Moan is doing it with you too, isn't she?" "That means I'm the only one left out." "Oh yeah." Igarashi-san. It was surprising that Igarashi-san, another member of the astronomy club and Nito's best friend since childhood, had signed to be part of the volunteer stage crew. "Oh, you're working behind the scenes too, Sakamoto. Then maybe I'll do it as well." Chiko is working her butt off, and I want to do something too. With that casual attitude, she also decided to help out. Both Rokuyo-senpai and I were honestly a bit shocked. "Igarashi-san, doing that kind of thing?" "Well, I guess it's probably because only the volunteer stage was recruiting staff. If they were recruiting for the main stage, Igarashi-san likely would have gone there instead. Still, she chose to work somewhere else, away from Nito, all on her own. I was strangely impressed by how much she'd grown, considering she used to be so clingy with Nito. Well yeah, that's true, but, I said as I smiled at the sulking Nito. I got how Nito felt, but I really wanted her to understand. I wanted her to know that she was the most important person to me, and I wasn't betraying her or anything. If something comes up, I'm still here to help, just like always. If it's something I can do, I'll seriously do it. Really? Really? I strongly insisted as she looked up at me. My feelings for you haven't changed, Nito. That's my #1 priority, and the most important thing to me. So, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Okay. Nito looked pleased, her mouth twitching. I understand. All right then. I'll forgive you. You can help out with the volunteer stage. Thanks a lot. I was glad she seemed satisfied. Of course, I really did intend to support Nito too. I wanted to be there for her if things got tough. To avoid the misunderstanding that I'm only helping with the volunteer stage, I'd be careful from now on. Okay then, there's something I'd like you to do right away. Nito broke me out of my thoughts as she looked at me with a mischievous smile. Can we kiss? That again? Yep, and I mean right here, right now, not later. No way. Think about it for a second. We're in public. Our frigging classmates are here. Come on, it's fine. You said I could tell you what I wanted without holding back. There are limits to that. I detect some flirting going on, a resentful voice said from ahead of us as we argued. What's up with that? Right in the middle of a class shopping trip too. Do you reckon a couple has entered love mode? I glanced over and saw it was the usual suspects, Nishigami, Takashima, and Akuta. They looked at us sullenly, with the resentful eyes of ghosts doomed to walk the earth. I heard something about a kiss. Sakamoto-kun. Surely you're not forcing Nito-san to do something lewd, in a place like this? No, it's not like that. I couldn't help yelling again, faced with that kind of false accusation. It's the opposite. Nito was the one trying to get me to do it. Huh, whatever are you saying? Nito swapped her tone to model student mode and smiled awkwardly. What are you talking about, Meguri? Don't tell lies like that in front of Nishigami-kun and the others. Yeah, Sakamoto. There's no way Nito-san would do something like that. You really trying to pin the blame on her? It's the other way around. I'm the one being framed. But of course, I couldn't say that out loud. We continued our noisy argument as we headed to the store to buy supplies section. Gathering performers, negotiating the venue. Those two things written on the blackboard caught my eye. 6 of us were gathered in the special classroom, including me and Igarashi-san. Today marked the first volunteer stage staff meeting. 7 people would shape the stage, 4 members of the Hekaton Festival Committee, plus the 2 of us, and our leader Rokuyo-senpai. At a glance, it looked like the motivation of the members varied a lot from person to person. While Igarashi-san and I were on the eager side, there were definitely students who appeared to be there reluctantly. Some even looked like they just wanted to go home. Well, the committee is formed by forcing 2 people from each class to take part. I guess not everyone's enthusiastic about it. Regardless, the mood in the room was far from dull. Rokuyo-senpai, standing at the podium, energetically pointed at the blackboard and started laying things out for us. This year, I want to make the volunteer stage bigger than ever before. His deep, resonant voice filled the classroom. What's important is these 2 things, gathering good performers and securing a larger venue than before. There's more to it, but let's start from here. Makes sense. Normally, the volunteer stage was held in a special classroom, but it paled in comparison to the main stage being in the school's first gymnasium. A special classroom is just that in name. Essentially, it's just an ordinary, empty classroom. Even at full capacity, it can barely hold 50 people. There's no doubt overcoming the difference in venues would be a huge challenge. The same goes for performers. The school sets up the main stage to showcase the cultural clubs, individuals, and alumni who achieved great things that year. Meanwhile, the volunteer stage was mainly about giving a platform to anyone who was keen to perform. In other words, volunteers. It seemed that because the volunteer stage often fell short in quality compared to the main stage, the plan was to actively scout for high-level performers. These 2 points appeared to be the starting line for Rokuyo-senpai's vision for the volunteer stage. I should also mention, Rokuyo-senpai had no intention of revealing his ambition to beat the main stage, or to talk about his own future with everyone else. He said, "Nah, that's just my personal circumstances, and I can't drag everyone else into this." Stoic, isn't he? So, with that being said, Rokuyo-senpai looked at us after finishing his explanation. "From here, I'd like to split you guys into a group in charge of the performers and another in charge of the venue. If you've got any preferences, please let me know." After a brief discussion, the tasks were assigned. Igarashi-san and I were in charge of the venue, while the rest, including Rokuyo-senpai, were tasked with finding performers. Section I might have a lead on a venue. We were having a separate meeting following the all-staff one. "Ooh, for real?" I couldn't help raising my voice. "Where? The secondary gymnasium? Or maybe the dojo?" "Nope, neither of those." Igarashi-san let out a Humphrey, with a slightly smug look on her face. "I mean, sure, those are the only 2 options within the school, but they still fall short compared to the first gymnasium. There's a completely different venue I have in mind." A different venue. Our relationship had transformed in an unexpected way since the whole thing with Nito in the first semester, and we ended up being pretty close friends. We could talk casually like this, and I would ask her for advice about Nito, while Igarashi-san would ask for advice about Mitsuya-san, a male UNI student she was friends with. To think I would get this close to her. Objectively speaking, I'm just a slightly nerdy, average guy who's into science. Igarashi-san, on the other hand, is a fashionable girl who looked like she'd hang out in trendy places like the Harajuku district in Tokyo, known for its vibrant fashion, youth culture, and unique street style. If someone had told me during my first high school life that we'd become friends, I would have laughed in their face. "You know the community center next to our school?" "You are?" "Yeah, I do. There's a gymnasium. Mama plays volleyball there, and I've been to watch her. It's pretty big." "Ah, I remember. That big building." I nodded repeatedly, recalling the Sujinami Community Center right next to the school. It had a library, a recreation room, and a bunch of other amenities, but there was also a building next to it that definitely looked gym-like. From the outside it looked to be about one size smaller than the school's first gymnasium. If I remember right, at the very least, it could hold more people than the options we had to work with inside the school. That might actually be a good option. It has a special feel to it. Plus it's super close, so moving stuff there wouldn't be a hassle, right? "Yeah. The only thing left is to see if we can use a facility outside of school." "Rokuyo-senpai." I called out to Rokuyo-senpai, who was in the middle of a meeting on the other side of the room. "Are we allowed to use a venue outside the school? We might have a good candidate." "Outside the school, huh? Should probably be fine." Rokuyo-senpai crossed his arms as he turned to face us. "I think there was a precedent a few years back, something about a costume parade walking through the local shopping district. I'll check with the advisor, but you guys go ahead with that option." "Roger that." And with that, the sights of the volunteer stage's venue scouting team were set on using the community center. Our first step was to start negotiations. Section R. Okay, so that's the situation. The next day, after school, we were heading to the community center for our scheduled appointment. Igarashi-san, walking next to me, nodded in understanding after listening to me explain everything. "So we have the win against the main stage with the volunteer stage?" Yep. If we can't do that, it looks like he'll have to give up on starting a business. So that's why Senpai is working his butt off." We were talking about Rokuyo-senpai's goal. He said he wouldn't tell anyone else, but I figured it'd be best to tell her. She'd probably be willing to help. And, from then on, I was also planning to go all out to boost up the volunteer stage. I wanted Igarashi-san to know the reason behind that. "Well, we definitely have to support Rokuyo-senpai," she said with a small, determined expression. Just as I'd expected. I kinda joined on a whim, but it might be a bigger challenge than I thought. "Right? We have to get fired up." "Yeah, totally." "Honestly though," Igarashi-san said and turned towards me. "As it stands, we'll get knocked out in one punch. She said it straight out, leaving no doubt. We don't really stand a chance against the main stage as things are now. Yeah, you're probably right. That's what I thought, too. Objectively speaking, it made sense. The volunteer stage, as the name suggests, is just for ordinary students who volunteer to perform. On the flip side, the main stage featured the school's chosen talent, and Nito was slated as the last act. As things stood, winning seemed utterly impossible. But Igarashi-san, you're so readily willing to follow Rokuyo-senpai? That's a bit surprising. You were so obsessed with Nito just a little while ago. She was properly distancing herself from Nito, by the looks of it. Their new relationship was still going strong. It made me pretty happy, especially since I was in between them, cheering them on. But, Chiko is not just famous in our school anymore, Igarashi-san continued. Do you know? After school, students from other schools actually come to catch a glimpse of her. What? Seriously? That's happening? Students from other schools? That's like one of those stories you sometimes hear about celebrities. Yep. And it's not just one person either. By my count, 11 people have come this month. 11 people? That's way too many. It's like a scene from a classic Hajiomoto manga or something. Hajiomoto is a renowned Japanese manga artist considered one of the pioneers of shoujo manga. 4 students are from Kamiogi High next door, and 3 from other schools in Sujinami. The rest are students from other districts. The ratio of boys to girls is 9 to 2. And yep, all 11 know she's got a boyfriend. Wow, there are girls too, and they even know about me. By the way, how come you know all this? I asked cautiously, a foreboding feeling creeping up inside me. Why do you know so much about them, Igarashi-san? I mean, I get noticing if someone looks like a stalker. Clocking them as students from other schools based on their uniforms is also understandable. But how does she know their gender ratio and which schools they go to? You wouldn't usually know all that, would you? Igarashi-san responded to my question with a dark, mischievous smile. Then, lowering her voice even more, she said in an eerily cheerful tone, "Well, that's because I personally checked them out." In a whisper, she added, "You know, like their clothes, their faces, stuff like that. I've also found out the socials and home addresses for 10 of them." Yikes. Don't worry, if anything goes down, I'm all set to retaliate. A dark aura flickered behind her. It felt like the temperature around us suddenly dropped 10 degrees or so. Oh, right. She gets a bit stalkerish when it comes to Nito. Man, that's scary. Please spare me. Now it's like stalker, Igarashi-san, versus stalker, students from other schools. It's like pitting monster against monster. Well, something like that. Anyway, while we were bantering away as per usual, we're here. We arrived in front of the community center, our destination. We'd gotten a bit sidetracked, but today, we had an important mission. Taking a breath, I quickly glanced over the building's exterior. Sure enough, being just next door to the school, it was a stone's throw away. It was about a minute's walk from the main gate, give or take. Though, it had felt more like 5 minutes given the scary turn our conversation took. If it was this close, I felt like everyone would come to see the volunteer stage performances without much fuss. Let's go. Yep. Igarashi and I nodded to each other and entered the building side by side. Section. Negotiations went surprisingly smoothly. The woman who listened to our request was about our mother's age. She was extremely helpful, saying, "Sure, we'd love for you to use our facility, and yeah, it's all good. It's open for all residents in the district to use." Anyway, the whole way through she happily listened to what we asked for. Thank God the person in charge was so nice. In all honesty, I was nervous about negotiating with a public facility. I had this image in my mind of getting yelled at or coldly told to get lost. Thank you, Sujinami Ward. Your staff's quality of service is top-notch. There were, however, a few things that needed to be addressed. As I explained on the phone when we set up the appointment, the gym doesn't have soundproofing. The staff member said apologetically. There will be performers using sound on that stage, won't there? Yes. That's the plan. It wasn't locked in yet, but the plan was to invite bands and dance crews to perform. That would mean making a fair bit of noise, which would likely leak outside. So I'm sorry, but if possible, I'd like to ask you to talk to the surrounding residents in advance. Yes, of course. We'll make sure to take care of that properly. Igarashi-san nodded, flashing a graceful smile. We can't cause any inconvenience to the surrounding residents. After all, we'd actually already been told we needed to do that when we set up the appointment over the phone. So, right after this, our plan was to finish going around and talking to the neighbors. Rokuyo-senpai had told us to bring sweets to give out as well, so we were well prepared. All right then, we'll hash out the details another day, the staff member said as she saw us off at the entrance. We can start finalizing the specifics after you've finished talking to everyone. Yes, thank you very much. We'll be in touch. Bowing, Igarashi-san and I headed off to talk to the surrounding residents. There were more than 10 houses adjacent to the community center's gym. I don't see us wrapping this up in just one day, but we can't really afford to stand around either. All right, let's get this done quickly and move on. Sounds good. We nodded to each other and first headed to the freestanding house right next door. Let's keep up this pace, quickly secure venue, and move on to the next job. Igarashi-san. Section. We're back. The venue team has returned. Oh, good work. A few days later, after finishing talking to all the neighbors, Igarashi-san and I returned to the special classroom and were greeted by Rokuyo-senpai's cheerful voice. He came over to us. You were supposed to be all done today, yeah? Well then, from tomorrow, you'll help with setting up the stage and recruiting performers. That okay? Rokuyo-senpai asked with his usual deep voice and confident smile. Inside the classroom, the performer team were all busy making phone calls and working on computers. A list of potential performers lay spread out, and it looked like their work was progressing smoothly. Actually, I said to the other members. No good? What? Rokuyo-senpai looked confused. Then, feeling like it was painful to say, I opened my mouth to speak again. We were turned down. Seriously? Yeah, there was one house that wasn't convinced. They asked us to not do the event. But, I mean, the greetings were going smoothly, weren't they? That's what I thought. But we managed to get the go-ahead without issue from almost every house. Most people were kind, some even encouraging us to do your best. But near the end, we visited a family home that looked to be newly built. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, threw us for a loop. Sorry, but I'd prefer if you kept the noise down. And, to our surprise, it was a no-go. The cultural festival will be held on weekends, correct? I want to spend my days off quietly. She had a youthful expression and wore clothes that fit her age. With her makeup so well done, I found myself thinking, you must have been pretty popular in your younger days, as she told us that in no uncertain terms. It goes without saying that we didn't give up after just one try. We visited several times, on separate days, making sure to be as polite as possible. Sorry to disturb you. We are Sakamoto and Igarashi from Amanuma High School. We were wondering if we could talk to you again today. It was probably the first time in my life I'd spoken to someone so politely. We even bought sweets not just once, but every time we visited. And still, it was for naught. No matter how many times you come, my answer won't change, Sakurada-san, the old lady in question said with a troubled smile. I'm sorry, but please look for another venue. After getting such a firm no, it looked like the community center couldn't give us the go-ahead. Out of options, Igarashi-san and I trudged back to school with our tails between our legs. Oh man, for real? Rokuyo-senpai ruffled his hair, looking worried. Well, I mean, we're the ones asking for a favor here. If there's someone saying no, then there's nothing we can do about it. What should we do? I asked him, feeling pretty stumped. What do we do about the venue now? No, seriously, what the heck do we do? If we want to beat Nito, if we're going to draw more people to our volunteer stage than the main stage, securing a larger venue is a must. If we can't fit people in, no matter how hard we try, it's meaningless. Finding a venue that can compete with the gymnasium was a crucial part of our plan, and we can't afford to stumble here. I'll try to come up with another idea too. Rokuyo-senpai said with a bitter expression. Maybe there's still a good spot inside the school, or maybe we could try renting out some other facility around here. All right. Then Igarashi-san started saying, looking tired. We'll think a bit more about how to convince Sakurada-san. I mean, it might be a long shot, but yeah, she did say, no matter how many times you come, my answer won't change. But we'd only talked to Sakurada-san a handful of times. There might still be a way to change her mind. It's too early to give up. Maybe I'll try asking her for advice. Almost like it was routine now. Her face popped into my head. At times like this, the best thing to do is to talk it out. Igarashi-san looked up at me, tilting her head in confusion. Did she hear my mumbling? Nah, that's asking a bit much. I was back in the present timeline. As always Makoto, was waiting for me in front of the piano, laughing like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You think I can do anything to help you convince neighbors? I've never done anything like that. Right. Yeah. Realizing my naivety, I stared blankly at Makoto. I took in her golden hair and the makeup she took pride in. Her cat-like expression, distant yet inviting, with sharp eyes to match. My junior, and the only person helping me redo my high school life, Makoto Akutagawa. She fit perfectly into the club room, now much livelier than my first go at high school. Yeah, I get it now. Sorry, I've been relying on you too much. Nah, it's okay. At some point it had become second nature for me to rely on her. She always had good ideas and was super supportive, so I'd been a bit spoiled. But yeah, it's not like Makoto would know what to do in a situation like this. I should be thankful just for her being here, coming with me to the club room so I can go back to the past. Taking a day out of her spring vacation just for me. Seriously, thanks, Makoto. I'm super grateful, but still, what should I do now? I muttered to myself as I absent-mindedly stared out the window. It feels like I'm back at square one. Where to go from here, huh? When I turned my gaze back to the room, I noticed something. It wasn't anything dramatic, but there was definitely a small change that caught my eye. Makoto. Did you lose weight? The nape of her neck peeking out from her jacket, her wrists extending from her sleeves, her legs stretching out elegantly from her skirt. All of them seemed slimmer than before. Overall, you look more slender, I think. I'm pretty sure it's not just my imagination. My memory of Makoto was neither fat nor thin. A healthy figure. That's what I remember. But the Makoto in front of me looked undeniably slender, almost fragile. What's going on? Did she go on a diet or something? I figured that was it, and made a half-joking comment along those lines. But, no, I haven't lost any weight, Makoto replied with a puzzled look. Oh, really? Yep. My weight hasn't changed much recently. Really? Then maybe I'm just seeing things. No, I don't think that's it. Without a doubt, Makoto was thinner than I remember. We've been together for a long time, so there's no way I could mistake it. But after mulling it over for a second, it clicked. Makoto had definitely become thinner. Not compared to before, though. Compared to the previous timeline. Due to my altering the past, Makoto's circumstances had also begun to change significantly from the get-go. Makoto, once my go-home club mate, was now president of the astronomy club. In fact, the look of the club room had totally changed compared to when I first saw it. So it'd only make sense for Makoto's appearance to change with each timeline. That said, why? I whispered quietly enough for Makoto not to notice. Why did she get so thin? So far, I hadn't done anything that directly involved Makoto in my time travel. I never told her anything like, you should go on a diet in the past, and if anything, she hadn't even entered high school yet. So it's not like we've had that many conversations. So, what's different? What changes had happened, and why was Makoto becoming thinner than in her first high school life? Anyways, back to the venue issue, Makoto suddenly said, as if she did a light bulb moment. The person causing the problem, it's Sakurada-san, right? Yeah, that's right. You said she was really beautiful, didn't you? Stylish and with a bright aura. I did. Yeah, kinda like, I bet she was super popular when she was young. Heck, she might still be popular. So in that case, Makoto gave me a searching look. I might know just the right person for you to get advice from. After a pause, Senpai, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Section. And so, I found myself back in the past timeline, a few days after I'd spoken to Makoto's recommended advisor. Hello. Igarashi-san and I were visiting Sakurada-san's house yet again. Excuse us. It's Sakamoto and Igarashi from Amanuma High School. Sorry for coming by day after day. We were hoping to talk to you just one more time, if that's okay. Igarashi-san and I said that into the intercom we'd used so many times before. Just one more time. That's what we had decided this visit would be. Our last chance. It had already been over a week since we started negotiations for the venue. We simply couldn't afford to spend any more time on this. If things didn't pan out today, we'd have to give up on using the community center and move on to the next task. Well, can't be helped, a voice said through the intercom. Before it clicked off, we could hear someone moving around inside the house. As I listened, I could feel my heart starting to pound in my chest. I wonder how it'll turn out. Will the negotiation go smoothly? The advisor had given us an idea, but would it really fit the bill this time? Hello, today will be the last time, Sakurada-san said as she opened the door. As always, her hair was done up beautifully and her makeup was meticulous. It was obvious from her bright expression that, even at her age, she was what you might call an extrovert. But just so you know, my feelings haven't changed. She cut off as her eyes moved past Igarashi-san and I. A small look of surprise crossed her face and her eyes opened a bit wider. Oh my, hello there. Sakurada-san's face changed, a crack showing in her usual expression. Are you Sakamoto-kun's senpai? Yep. Sorry about these kids always bothering you. Just wanted to say hi myself, a voice said casually. It was Rokuyo-senpai. I'm Haruki Rokuyo. I'm also the president of the Cultural Festival Committee. And he wasn't alone. Behind him were two of his friends. Hello, I'm Haruki's friend. I just tagged along since he said we should come. Those energetic voices belong to Nakazen-san, a girl with a Gyaro vibe about her, and Hirata-san, an easygoing glasses-wearing guy. Neither of them were on the Cultural Festival Committee or anything. They were just friends who'd come based on that advice I'd gotten. Is this actually okay? I was still of two minds as I watched Sakurada-san's reaction. We'd brought along so many people, some of them being pretty flashy types. Wouldn't she flip out? Wouldn't she double down? But, oh my, this is quite the crowd. Sakurada-san seemed pleasantly surprised, and she went one step further. With all of you here, it's a bit much to stand around talking in the doorway. Everyone, come in, she said, motioning us into her house. Is it really okay for us to come in? Yeah, excuse the intrusion. Hey, slow down Nakazen. The second years bickered back and forth as they walked into the entryway. This was a first. Until now, Sakurada-san had always talked to us at the entrance. I never thought she'd actually invite us into her house. Sharing a surprised look with Igarashi-san, we followed the others inside. Section. Their conversation had been lively from the get-go. Like, don't you think this house is insanely luxurious? I know, right? And this Japanese-style room is amazing. The second years were so relaxed you'd think it wasn't actually their first time here. Rokuyo-senpai was sitting cross-legged on the floor, while Hirata-senpai was staring out at the garden. Nakazen-senpai, meanwhile, was sprawled out, her legs on the tatami flooring. Is that really okay, though? Igarashi-san and I are sitting really formally, but just as I asked that question in my head, it is, isn't it? Sakurada-san said with a proud smile, sipping the tea she'd served. My son worked hard to build this for me. He even made this room just for me. For real? Your son built it. It's awesome that he takes good care of his parents. Yes, indeed. They're really getting into it. The conversation's getting really lively, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It was incredible that the second years could even engage with someone much older. Though, I thought Igarashi-san and I had tried pretty hard too. So, about that festival thing. Rokuyo-senpai broached the subject very naturally, keeping his voice light and a smile on his face. It's fair enough that, with a room like this, it'd be a pain to have the quiet disturbed. Exactly. Sakurada-san nodded enthusiastically, clearly happy someone understood where she was coming from. I used to enjoy listening to music, but lately, it's been tiring. So, sorry, but I'd prefer for you not to do it. I get you. Well, I guess it can't be helped then. Rokuyo-senpai agreed with that right away, but from there, he smoothly transitioned back to the festival. I really want to make a festival that all the students will remember for the rest of their lives. You only live once, right? And you're only a high school student for 3 years. It's a volunteer stage where only people who want to perform can, and I really want to make it amazing. Honestly, content-wise, it wasn't much different to what we'd explained to her, how much we were dedicating to the festival, and how hard we were working. Rokuyo-senpai said all that in a totally laid-back tone, and for her part, Sakurada-san engaged in the conversation like it was just small talk. Yes, I felt the same in my student days. You're right. You only get one life. That's something that's been especially on my mind lately. That sounds lovely. Everyone getting together and having fun. Then, after a while of that back and forth, wow, these sweets are delicious, Nakazen-senpai exclaimed, referring to sweets that had been served with the tea. Oh, for real? I'll try some too. Hirata-senpai and Rokuyo-senpai followed suit. Wow, it's so good. Not wrong. Wow, Japanese sweets are great. While they were chattering away. Well, alright, I'll allow it, just this once. Sakurada-san suddenly chimed in. I'll allow you to do your stage. Say what? I was stunned for a second. I'll allow it, the 3 little words we'd been waiting for, but still, it happened so fast that it took a moment to sink in. The second years, though, didn't miss a beat. Oh, seriously? But is it okay? I thought you didn't like the noise. I don't, but if you're this happy over just some sweets, maybe I can let you do it. Wow, really? Thanks, Sakurada-san. The 3 of them were overflowing with excitement. Rokuyo-senpai was smiling from ear to ear, while Hirata-senpai was practically hopping up and down. Nakazen-senpai even went to hug her. Igarashi-san and I watched them, not believing our own eyes. The scene in front of me had thrown me completely for a loop. We got the go-ahead, we followed the advice, and actually got permission. Don't you think your approach was way too polite? That was what the advisor had said, that the 2 of us might have been too stiff in being respectful to the other person. Because of that, an emotional divide opened up between us and her, and we failed to get a good response. A more friendly approach might change the answer. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sold on that opinion. Could something like that really change the other person's answer? I really couldn't see that being the issue. But actually, the advisor had a grandma who apparently really enjoyed it when young people talked to her casually. I don't feel so old. Apparently their grandma said something along those lines. But when young people's attitudes towards me change, that's when I feel old. And that makes me feel a little sad. If Sakurada-san, who always appeared so bright and fashionable, felt the same way, maybe bringing along someone of a similar type and having a casual conversation might change her mind. That was what the advisor had suggested. Bright and fashionable like Sakurada-san. That would mean Rokuyo-senpai and his friends. So, that's the reason I explained the situation to Rokuyo-senpai and had him bring a few friends along today to try and persuade her. Well then, thanks a lot for today, Rokuyo-senpai said, as if talking to a friend. I'm really glad you said yes. I'll make sure to send you an invite too. The way he was talking still felt a bit disrespectful to me, but, oh, you will? Sakurada-san replied with a beaming smile. Then maybe I'll come to see it. It's boring just sitting around at home. Yeah, please do. We'll have a VIP seat waiting for you. It really did all work out. Somehow, we did just as the advisor suggested, and it went smoothly. Watching the scene in front of me, I found myself in a daze. I mean, she was just an ordinary person too. Some of it might have been things just clicking in her mind by chance. And it's not like she said, "This is absolutely it," or anything. But, yeah, as I thought, she's reliable. I'm glad I made her my ally. Glad I revealed everything. I let out a deep breath as that day flashed through my mind. Section W. What's this about? The advisor Makoto had suggested was in front of me, a nervous look on her face. I mean, to say you wanna talk out of nowhere, she said as she anxiously ruffled her short black hair. We were in a cafe I'd asked her to meet me in. I took in her small stature, and her lips closed tightly in apprehension, and that wary, untrusting cat-like expression coupled with sharp eyes. It was Makoto. I'd come to the past timeline to seek advice from Makoto Akutagawa, the junior high schooler. When I was in junior high, my grandmother passed away, future Makoto had told me. I was kind of a grandma's girl back then. I used to play a lot with her friends too. I think I could have given advice back then. So that's the story. I thought that it did make sense, and she definitely sounded like a reliable possibility. She said that by the time she was in high school, she didn't remember much from that period of her life. That's why Makoto had figured it'd probably be better to talk to her past self, rather than her current one. Her logic definitely tracked. I could understand why future Makoto would suggest her past self as an advisor. I'd personally casually sought advice from past Makoto before. I knew she was a reliable person. Though, there was one part that slightly bothered me. From past Makoto's perspective, it might be a little scary that a high school friend's older brother kept coming to her for advice on heavy topics, and even though he wasn't that close to her, the guy was asking questions involving her grandma. For a junior high girl who hasn't even started high school yet, that's probably a pretty intimidating situation. So I took a quick, deep breath, clenched my hands tightly, and said, "Actually, there's something I want to talk about." I'd planned in advance to have a certain talk with Makoto to reveal an important secret that I hadn't told her yet. I should note, it was future Makoto who suggested I do so. It was a lot to process, but I was sure she'd accept it. Past Makoto would understand my story even if it was sprung on her out of the blue. "So, I come from the future," I hesitantly confessed to the Makoto in front of me. "I came from 3 years in the future. From a future where you become my high school junior." Makoto's eyes shot wide open. For a while she sat there with her mouth agape, not understanding a single millimeter of it. "Huh? What are you on about?" she asked, looking bewildered. "From the future? What the actual? How about you spill the whole lot?" Future Makoto had said, "Time travel included." "Reveal everything." "What, everything?" My eyes had gone wide, totally caught off guard by her suggestion. "No shot, that's too reckless, isn't it?" "She won't believe it. And even if she does, it's too much to handle." "Yeah, that's true," she'd started saying with her arms crossed and a thinking face on. "But if you hide things, I don't think I'd cooperate. At least, not the me from back then anyway." "That's so?" "Yes, it is. I mean, it's me saying it about myself." "Well yeah, you have a point there." "On the flip side, if you reveal everything, I'm sure I'll be on board. I'll even be sympathetic." "I've got a plan, and I want you to give it a try." That's how I decided to reveal everything to the past Makoto. I couldn't think of any other way, and revealing it wasn't likely to cause any problems. And, let's face it, deep down, I always wanted to do it anyway. I'd always wanted a confidant, someone to confide in and get advice from while I redo the past. Nito, Igarashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai were all important friends, but there's no one in this timeline I could talk to about time travel. That being so, Makoto was the only choice. In 2.5 years' time, she'd eventually know everything anyway, and the impact on the timeline should be minimal. With that in mind, I resolved myself and decided to spill the beans about the time travel with past Makoto. But, no. The girl in front of me, junior high school Makoto, unsurprisingly looked suspicious. Is this like some sort of religious solicitation or something? If so, sorry, I'm a bit busy, Makoto said, standing up. Excuse me. She bowed her head slightly and started to scurry off. That's to be expected, I guess. If my friend's older brother invited me somewhere and told me she was from the future, the first thing I'd suspect was some kind of sketchy solicitation. I'd anticipated as much. Of Tubaraku to Makoto's Mako-chan. No, I muttered just loud enough for Makoto to hear. She flinched and stopped in her tracks. Seizing my chance, I continued. A devil-themed VTuber who came to the human world, mainly doing casual live streams, calls her viewers little devils. Critical hit. Makoto spun around to face me, her face pale with shock. But I was relentless. Social media hashtag Mago-chan is really a devil. Illustration hashtag Mago-chan hellish illustrations. Oh, and her R18 fine art hashtag succubus Mako-chan. You wowich. Makoto rushed over and silenced me by covering my mouth with both of her hands. How do you know about that? She demanded, visibly flustered. That's something only I should know. How come you know about it, senpai? Only I should know. Hee. No wonder she's shocked. A fleeting VTuber stint in her second year of junior high. Promptly abandoned. Why would I, practically a stranger back then, know about it? Because you're the one who told me, Makoto, I said with a sly grin. I learnt it from you, 2.5 years in the future. Say this, and I'll believe you. That's what you said. No one would buy a story about someone time traveling from the future. Especially not from a senpai loosely connected to them. It'd probably just creep them out. Hence why future Makoto told me about her secret VTuber past. Her cheeks turned bright red as she did so, as if it were a dark chapter for her even now as a high school student. Well, I still thought it was kind of strange though. I didn't quite get why she would sacrifice her pride to let me meet her past self. Either way, I'd gotten Makoto's secret and confronted her past self with it. I see. Still looking shaken, Makoto sat down unsteadily. I still don't fully get it, and I'm not completely convinced yet, but, she said cautiously and looked up at me. Sounding resigned, she concluded, for now, I think it's probably best to hear you out. Section. A few minutes later. Thanks a bunch. I'll give what you suggested a try. No, I'm glad I could help. After giving me her advice that it'd probably be better to talk to 30-san more casually, Makoto let out a deep sigh. Honestly, I still can't believe it. I really can't. She sipped the remaining water in her cup through a straw. But I've started to think that maybe that kind of thing might be possible. I gave Makoto a rough explanation of the experiences I'd had so far. About the two of us wasting time together during my first go-around of high school. About Nito's disappearance, my ex-girlfriend at the time, and the fact I'm redoing high school. And about how, little by little, I've been able to keep Nito away from an unhappy future. And that, in the future, Makoto is always by my side, ready to help. Seeming surprised by all of it, Makoto listened to me with her gaze wandering all over the place. Even now, she still looked unsettled. Well yeah, I guess it's hard to believe. I couldn't help but laugh a little. Even if you hear about yourself after becoming a high schooler from a stranger like me. Yep. And I'm gonna have blonde hair? I wonder if it'll suit me. It suits you amazingly well. I nodded, picturing future Makoto in my mind. It's really cool, or rather, I honestly think that look is pretty cute. Makoto's eyes widened slightly. Oh really? A surprised, almost stunned expression crossed her face, but she quickly looked away and lightly pinched some of her hair. Okay then. Maybe I'll try it. I can't do it in junior high, but after I graduate. Well, actually, it's normally against school rules in high school too. Yeah, I know, but now I'm kinda curious. Blonde hair, huh? There you are. Just then, I heard a voice from the cafe's entrance, a familiar high-pitched voice, with a cheerful, sing-song tone to it. I looked over, hey, Megari, and saw Nito waving at me. Full disclosure, I'd told her my plan to reveal the time travel stuff before my meeting with Makoto. I'd also made sure to tell her I was going to do it in this cafe. Nito is looping too, and she knows about my time travel. If I was going to tell Makoto about my time traveling, it was better to discuss it with Nito beforehand. I'll also add, I didn't specifically mention Nito's looping to Makoto. It might be information overload and just end up confusing her. What's up? Did you wanna meet Makoto too? Nito walked over to us and smiled happily, putting her hands on her hips. Yep. I've heard a lot about her. Plus, I thought if I timed it right we could walk home together. Megari. Gotcha. Well, we've just finished talking, so let's do that. Oh, and this is the first time you're meeting each other in this timeline, isn't it? As I picked up the bill, I looked over at Makoto, who had a slightly stiff expression on her face. This is Chika Nito, the one I was talking about earlier. She's, well, my girlfriend. Hello. This is our first time meeting here, Nito said, flashing a bright smile as she switched to model student mode. My name's Chika Nito. Pleased to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you too. Makoto bowed her head slightly, looking a little wary. I'm Makoto Akutagawa. You've been giving Megari advice, right? Thank you. No worries. Makoto kept her eyes fixed on the table as she nodded. Cat got your tongue, Makoto. But I guess that's to be expected. If a stranger suddenly comes over to you and acts all friendly, you'd probably be a bit taken aback too. Plus, Nito's bright hair gives her away as an extrovert. Her and Makoto aren't exactly the types who'd become friends on their own. After we finished talking, we headed to the cash register. Nito went outside the cafe first to wait for me. While I was paying, still, Makoto murmured in a small voice. It was just the two of us at first, right? You and me. Oh, you mean in the astronomy club? Yes. Well, yeah. Thinking back on that wasted time, slipping away aimlessly, a bitter smile crept up on my face. You looked really bored back then, Makoto. But don't worry. There are heaps of interesting people now. Like Nito, Igarashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai. There are, Makoto said, dropping her gaze. In an even quieter voice, she added, but it being just the two of us, wasting time together with you, senpai. Her voice trembled faintly, as if it would disappear at any moment. I think a future like that might not have been so bad either. Interlude 2. All right, everything's going smoothly. I was in my room, sitting at my study desk late at night. I nodded to myself, having finished compiling all the responses from potential performers I'd been scouting. This gives us the bare minimum lineup. Now we just need to pick the volunteers. Haruki, are you still up? I heard my mother's voice from the hallway. You've been up late every night recently. I understand how you feel, but think about your approach, okay? Yeah, I get it, I replied while still facing my desk. It was true that I'd been working late into the night, even at home, since becoming the Cultural Festival Committee president. From staff assignments, to picking potential performers, and devising publicity strategies. I mean, I'm going up against Nito. No amount of preparation can be too much. It's already 1. I noticed the clock had long since passed midnight and I couldn't help chuckling. I don't hate this kind of hard work. It's been that way since I was a kid. Pushing myself and improving my abilities. Running at full tilt, overtaking everyone around me and producing crazy results. The thrill of it is irresistible. I first started to feel that way back in elementary school, when I competed in a 50-meter dash against a classmate. That experience shaped who I am today, and I reckon it'll continue to guide me in the future. So, all right, one more push. I closed the list of performers and swapped to my computer. I started looking over the volunteer performer recruitment poster, already finished and ready to be put up. I glanced out the window at the dark, suburban sprawl. There were the occasional lights on here and there still on. I wondered if Nito, my genius rival, was still up at this hour too, working hard like me, or if she was tucked up in bed sleeping comfortably. Chapter 3, Beautiful Halation. All right, the venue's locked in. The performers we scouted are ready to go to. Rokuyo-senpai made that announcement while checking a document on his smartphone. We were in an empty space near the school parking lot. I've emailed a list, but I'm gonna greet all the groups and check on them. Make sure you all remember who's who. Sure, Roger. Voices of agreement rose from the volunteer stage staff, with the usual varying degrees of enthusiasm and motivation. I also answered with a yes, while rechecking the email. Flictions, a hip-hop dance group. Over a moonlit night, a band starting to perform at live houses, which are small to medium-sized music venues that host live music performances. Battleship Potemkins, a comedian duo aspiring to break through in the M1 preliminaries. M1 Grand Prix is a popular Japanese comedy competition where comedy duos perform stand-up routines in a traditional comedic style. As Yuma Carrara, a female student dancer who's gone viral on TikTok. These 4 groups were the ones chosen from the candidates and scouted, all of them agreeing to join. Even from my perspective, it was a pretty convincing lineup. Nito might be a step above the rest, meaning they might be overshadowed, but our school had students involved in a bunch of artistic activities. Some were involved in music, theater, manga, and dance. Plus, these 4 had been achieving decent results in their respective disciplines, often becoming the talk of the school. Because of that, I knew all the listed performers, making me feel relieved to know they nailed down some good talent. It was probably the best spread the volunteer stage could have asked for. On top of that, about 5 groups were picked from open auditions, pushing the total up to nearly 10 groups expected to take to perform. All right. Let's start with the comedian duo, Battleship Potemkins. Rokuyo Senpai declared and started walking. They're usually practicing behind their gym. Let's see what they've got. Section. We arrived at the space Potemkins was using for practice. After we said a quick hello, they showed us a skit that was, surprisingly, based on actual teachers from Amanuma High School. In this skit, Higashi, a strict vice principal who wants to enforce the rules, goes head-to-head with Tamura, a grade-level principal who can't stand going by the book. Hey, wait, hold up a second. What is it? Look properly, will ya? Don't you see that the light's red? You think it's okay to cross? What are you saying? Look, there's a kitten trembling in the middle of the road. So what? What does that have to do with anything? We have to save it, but the light's red. We can't cross, got it? Think about what you're saying. A kitten's life is at stake, but it's the law. We can't cross at a red light. What's with you? Are you just a rule-following robot? You can't live in society like that. It was hilarious. All the volunteer staff were cracking up. No, I get it. It's an inside joke. The vice principal always bangs on about the rules, while Tamura-sensei prefers students to make their own decisions. It was a straightforward inside joke, pitting these 2 against each other in a debate. It wouldn't be funny at all if you didn't know the 2 of them, and you wouldn't understand the meaning unless you knew their characteristic way of speaking. But it felt perfect for a school festival, an inside joke that only Amanuma High School students would understand and laugh at. I feel like this is actually a smart pick, and shows a clear understanding of the context. And their impersonations were just too good. The vice principal and Tamura-sensei really do talk like that. Yay! Thanks a bunch. Glad you liked it. Shima-san, the straight man of Potemkins, looked relieved after finishing the skit. Funny man Tohiyama-san, wiping his sweat off with a towel, added, "We'll think of more skits by the day." Stuff like the strangely sharp Chiyoda-sensei versus the bad lion Anahara-sensei. In Japanese comedy there are 2 essential roles, Boke and Tsukomi. Boke, the funny man, plays the role of the foolish or silly character in a comedic duo, while Tsukomi, the straight man, responds with witty remarks, corrections, or exasperated reactions to the Boke's antics. Together, they create the comedic dynamic in Japanese stand-up comedy known as manzai. Yep, looking forward to it, Rokuyo-senpai said to them with a firm nod. On the day, feel free to hype up the audience as much as you want. Section. Okay then, please watch me dance. We were at a dance floor in the school's south building. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'll do my best. She was the second year who recently went viral on TikTok. She spoke a bit like an anime character. Okay, so she's that kind of person. She seemed like she'd be into otaku culture, or like, we'd probably have a lot in common to talk about. It was refreshing for me, as there aren't many girls like her around. I sort of wanted to be friends with her. As those thoughts ran through my head, she started playing some music through her smartphone. A Vocaloid song about cheering on a girl's love, sung in a cutesy voice. And then, as Yuma-senpai started to dance, wow, a sound of admiration escaped my lips as I watched her performance. The fluttering of her skirt, the cute poses she occasionally directed our way, the little white fang tooth that peeked out on the corner of her mouth when she smiled. It was captivating. Her dance was so enthralling that I couldn't take my eyes off her for even a second. The unexpected destructive power of it sent a stir through the volunteer stage staff. This is so cute. No wonder she's popular. Can't see why she went viral. No, seriously. It surprised me how I just couldn't take my eyes off her. It's like she perfectly understood the moments when she looked the cutest. She was very skilled at producing the kawaii effect, so much so that she made it look effortless. This is great. I could watch this forever. I'd love to have this on repeat when I'm tired from studying for exams. I could easily see myself becoming an Azuma-senpai fan. As I was lost in those thoughts, I suddenly felt an icy glare from beside me. I wasn't imagining it. There was a very real and sharp edge pressing on me. I nervously turned to look. I'll tell Chika. Igarashi-san was standing there looking at me as if I was filth. I'll tell Chika you are drooling over a cute senpai performer. No, don't. Igarashi-san immediately pulled out her phone and started typing out a line message. I frantically tried to stop her with desperate excuses. I'm really not excited. I was just, checking out the performance section. Next, we went to see the band Obara Moonlit Night and dance group Flictions. For high schoolers, both groups were seriously top-notch. To an amateur's eye like mine, they didn't seem too far off from actual professionals. In fact, Obara Moonlit Night was already doing gigs in live houses around Tokyo, and Flictions had performed in several competitions. Also, both groups were really keen to hit the stage. We're super excited. We're preparing new songs. We'll definitely get the venue pumping. It's a request from you, after all, Rokuio-kun. We definitely have to go all out. You could hear the passion in their voices. They'd obviously already built a relationship of trust with Rokuio-senpai. Wow, the performers are all next level. We were back in the special classroom after all the other staff had left. Igarashi-san, Rokuio-senpai, and I were debriefing. I was worried about who'd show up, or if we could fill the community center, but it looks like we'll be okay. Yeah, we've got together a good crew. Rokuio-senpai nodded while working on his laptop. I reckon we've done everything we can as far as the performers and venue go. There were a few mistakes here and there, though. Mistakes? Like what? Actually, Rokuio-senpai answered, ruffling his hair. I was thinking about a bunch of ways to advertise, and I thought about running ads on the school's broadcast system. I wanted to start a radio program during lunch breaks leading up to the hackathon, and run ads for the volunteer stage there. Ooh, that sounds like an amazing idea. I loudly blurted out. That'd definitely get a lot of students to know about the stage. Let's absolutely do it. Despite Amanuma High School having a broadcasting club, there were, for some reason, no broadcasts during lunchtime. The idea of collaborating with them to create a lunchtime radio program seemed like it could be highly effective for promotion. But the vice principal said he wants to eat lunch in peace, Rokuio-senpai said, looking frustrated. So, he's banned broadcasts during lunchtime, and we can't run our promotional program either. You serious? The vice principal? The very same Higashi-sensei that Battleship Potemkins had imitated. Well, it did sound like something he would say, wanting a quiet lunch, but isn't it a bit much to limit student activities based on personal preferences? I really couldn't accept it and tried to argue with him. But it ended up in a huge fight. Seriously? I got yelled at in the staff room, and I was so pissed off that I talked back. Sorry, but it seems like a lunchtime broadcast is out of the question. I see, then there's not much we can do about it then. So, first things first, we've got to brainstorm more ideas for advertising. Right now, we don't have the kind of this is it plan that'd majorly make us stand out. Then why don't we ask the performers to help? Igarashi-san suggested with a thoughtful look on her face. They have tons of influence themselves. If they knew about your dilemma, Rokuio-senpai, I'm sure they'd help. Ooh, not a bad idea. I nodded by reflex at the suggestion. They are all popular in their own right. They were active online, with pretty hefty followings. If those fans came to watch, it'd be a huge boost in numbers. They already appeared to have a trusting relationship with Rokuyo-senpai, and if you told them, "Actually, my future is on the line," they'd probably be happy to help. It seemed like it was worth a try, anyway. "But, nah, I can't push that one on you," Rokuyo-senpai said with a serious face. "It's the same with the stage staff. Needing to attract a big audience is really just my personal problem. They're already doing us a big favor by performing, so it'd be wrong to put anything more on them." "Ah, so that's how it is." Rokuyo-senpai still hadn't revealed to the other staff that his future depended on the success of the volunteer stage. And clearly he intended to keep it that way with the performers too. He wanted to achieve his goal without help, from beginning to end. "You sure about that?" Igarashi-san looked unconvinced. "I mean, why not just ask? It wouldn't hurt." I also thought. After all, we didn't have any other advertising ideas. But Rokuyo-senpai could be stubborn about things like this, and I couldn't say I didn't understand his desire to show his parents what he could do on his own. "So, that's that," Rokuyo-senpai said to wrap up the discussion. "I'm sorry for rejecting it, but I want to think about other ways to advertise. I'd appreciate it if you two could keep helping me out." "You've got it." "Yeep. We'll think on it. And there's one more thing I wanna do with this team." Rokuyo-senpai cracked a sly grin after that lead-in and dropped his voice low. "Could you guys help me out with something tomorrow?" I thought when you said reconnaissance." The next day, we were in the classroom set aside for the Cultural Festival Committee's headquarters. I was muttering to Rokuyo-senpai as he stood in front of me. I was imagining something more covert. Nah, there's no need to sneak around. We're not doing anything wrong," Rokuyo-senpai said confidently as he turned to me. "As the president, it's normal that I'd check on my vice's progress." "Yeah?" Many people were busily preparing in the bustling classroom. There was less than a month until the festival. Rokuyo-senpai weaved his way through the committee members, who were busy scrutinizing class exhibitions, sorting classroom usage applications, and checking on department progress. He approached Nito and asked straight out, "Nito, how's the main stage coming along? Can you show me the videos of the performers?" "Yeah." I guess what Rokuyo-senpai said did make sense. It wasn't like they were having a fierce battle or anything. As the main person in charge of the Hecatan Festival, it wasn't out of the ordinary to check on things, but I was imagining something more like us sneaking around to suss things out. So it took me by surprise. And Nito also responded, "Yes, I was just about to report on that." She turned her computer towards us. "These 3 acts are confirmed for the performance. A performance by our school's brass band, a play by the drama club's alumni group, a live performance by Nito." The lineup was surprisingly simple. In contrast to our lively performer list, the main stage's lineup was more run-of-the-mill. "But, oh wow!" Igarashi-san, standing next to me, exclaimed, "It's just the kinda lineup I thought." True enough, it was a standard, tried and tested lineup of strong performances. One you'd expect to see if the school was taking the reins to create a good performance stage. First, our high school's brass band. I was pretty sure they were regulars in national competitions, and I heard they'd even been interviewed on TV before. Their regular concerts were a big hit every year, and I've heard that they're so popular that people have to stand in the halls of the local concert hall. From time to time I could hear their practice from the club room, and it was clear that each member had individual talent. "Oh, by the way, they're going to play something like this," Nito said, pressing play on a song on her computer. It sounded surprisingly like pop music. I'd figured they'd play something more classical, but in the video I could see a drum set and electric bass among the performers. After listening for a while, I realized they were playing a brass band arrangement of a popular movie theme song. Also, something like this. Nito changed the track, and now a brass band cover of a modern hit song started playing. It could have easily sounded cringe with a simple arrangement, but the musician's skill and the clever arrangement made it feel anything but that. This seems like it'll be a hit. If it were a formal piece, the audience might zone out, but if they played songs everyone knows in an upbeat way, it was bound to be a blast for people. So, This alumni group from the drama club are performing for the first time in Hackerton, but they've already started to look a professional theater troupe. Rokuyo-senpai looked at the screen with his arms crossed. It was apparently footage of a play they'd put on recently. Actually, the group was already pretty famous in the school. They started off as just an alumni group, but apparently they kept performing after their trial performance of an original play turned out to be a big hit. They dropped by Amanuma High School from time to time, leaving behind promotional flyers and tickets. And the quality of their performance was, in a word, amazing. You could feel the power of their acting through the screen. You could feel the attention to detail in the props and stage lighting, and at first glance, they didn't look like just a plain old alumni association. And finally, you've already seen the video, haven't you? Nito said with a slight smile. I was initially gonna be the opening act, but the other two groups insisted I take the finale. I humbly accepted the offer, a performance by Nito. We knew all too well how powerful that could be, a rising star stirring up the online music scene, spreading her music across Japan. Even I, as someone who doesn't listen to music much, has been captivated by her voice and songs time and again. Gotcha, Rokuyo-senpai said, looking up from the computer and smiling at Nito. Cheers for the update. Glad to hear everything's going smoothly. Yes, so far no issues. Nito nodded with an unclouded smile. How's it going on your end? With the volunteer stage and switching venues and all, it must be tough. Yeah, we're managing somehow. There are a few sticking points, though. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. To an outsider, it was a completely ordinary exchange. A senior and junior, the president and vice president of the committee, discussing work. There was no hint that this competition between these two would decide someone's future, but I was starting to feel anxious. Standing behind them, I was starting to get pretty antsy. I knew the main stage would have strong performers. I also knew that it wouldn't be easy to win, but I didn't expect it to be this formidable. Seeing both our performers and theirs made me realize just how high level the main stage was, and I couldn't help thinking, we can't win like this. If preparations continue to go smoothly, the volunteer stage wouldn't stand a chance against the main stage. What can we do? How can we attract more people than these performers? You too, Megari. Keep it up, Nito whispered to me, seeing that I was all worked up. I know the preparations must be tough, but I'm rooting for you. Yeah, I nodded, my mind still racing. Nito always looked so composed. Her curious eyes and the curve of her lips, the faint peach color on her cheeks, and the vibrant inner color peeking through her hair. She really is the same as always. I couldn't stop her wry smile from creeping onto my face. With the hustle and bustle all around us, she was the only one who maintained her composure. Her courage to be so calm, even around people likely older than her, was typical of Nito. I found those aspects of her very attractive, but as someone who needed our stage to win, her confidence was also a bit daunting. And then, a slight uneasiness crept in. What's that? It felt like there was a wall up, a stiffness in her expression that wasn't usually there, a sense of distance between us, lessening the usual intimacy we shared. Was it just my imagination? Was I the only one feeling distanced from Nito? Before I could take a good look at her. All right, let's go, Rokuyo-senpai said, patting our backs. We've got a grasp on the situation. Time to go back and strategize for what's ahead. Why yes. Feeling a little refreshed by his brisk tone, Igarashi-san and I followed him, retreating from the heart of enemy territory. Section. What the heck should I do now? I found myself back in the present timeline, in the astronomy club room with Makoto. I was staring at my notebook, scratching my head over what to do, logically thinking, we're set for a massive defeat. It's like facing off against a team of rare SSR characters with a bunch of R-rank characters. Yep, you'd lose that for sure, Makoto said nonchalantly, her golden hair swaying as she held her smartphone sideways, either gaming or watching a V-stream. If anything, a single SSR could wipe out your entire team. Maybe if you had SR characters, you'd stand a chance. I know, right? After our recent recon, I was at a complete loss. so somehow ended up jumping back to the future and strategizing on my own. Well, even writers and manga artists say that when they're stuck on something while working at home, they go out. I figured that changing place, and literally time itself, might spark some good ideas. Plus, I was worried about wasting precious time in the past timeline. Every second spent thinking brought the Hecatan Festival deadline a second closer in that world. So there I was, 2.5 years in the future, where I could brainstorm to my heart's content without worrying about losing time. I'd enlisted Makoto's help to draft the Defeat the Main Stage volunteer stage reform plan. Sigh. I checked over the current situation as laid out in the notebook. Looking at this, the main stage outperformed us in two key areas, performers and promotion. So basically, we're almost entirely outmatched by the main stage in terms of content. For promotion, we planned to step up our efforts. The computer club was creating a portal site for the festival, and there were plans to set up a system for streaming. We had net-savvy performers, so we'd ask them for help, keeping Rokuyo-senpai's situation under wraps. But the performers. This part is tricky. I groaned and buried my head in my hands. I don't know what to do next. The lineup we put together was actually incredible. If they were on any other high school's main stage, they'd be a massive hit. I'd seen all of their performances myself, and they were genuinely really good. I was proud to have such talented people on our stage. So, I don't really wanna force them to change anything, I murmured, my head still in my hands. I don't wanna tell them that they're losing to the main stage performers. That's where it gets complicated. The simple truth was I genuinely liked their performances, but comparing them to the brass band, drama club alumni, and Nito, and saying they were not good enough felt incredibly wrong. I wanted them to perform as they wished and beat the main stage. That was my greatest wish. But, in reality, the audience would probably be more impressed with the main stage. And there was no doubt it'd be easier for the main stage to attract an audience. So, what should we do? How can we possibly outdo the main stage? Senpai, Makoto suddenly spoke up. Our first high school life. You know, our first time going through high school. I was curious about her bringing up a seemingly unrelated topic, one which we hardly ever talked about. We used to spend a lot of time together in the club room, didn't we? Oh, yeah, we did. We'd come to the club room and not do anything in particular, not necessarily talking, just doing our own thing. Yes, I remember something like that. It was a bit hard to wrap your head round, but she had two sets of memories. The first set was from our original go-around of high school, which she recognized as her past, but when I time-traveled in front of her, a new set of altered past memories were also created. So, she remembered both the first high school life and the path leading to the current present. And obviously every time I changed my actions in the past, it created ripples in the future, giving birth to countless possible high school lives. But Makoto only remembered the first one in the path leading to the present where she is now. Though it seemed not all the memories of the past, which had changed many times, were retained, I'd once worried about her getting confused or overwhelmed by these overlapping memories and possibly going crazy. Much to my relief, she seemed to pass it off as a strange feeling. At least for now, anyway. So now, in Makoto's mind were two memories. The memory of her first high school life and the memory of the life leading to this present where Okuyo-senpai was beaten at the culture festival. In the past of this timeline, it wasn't much, but, Makoto continued, her gaze downcast. Igarashi-senpai and Rokuyo-senpai were there, and it wasn't like we were wasting time together. Igarashi-senpai and Rokuyo-senpai were there. Right. Yeah, in this timeline, Nito stopped coming to the astronomy club. Rokuyo-senpai had told me that after the festival, Nito stopped coming to the club, then distanced herself and broke off her relationship with me. Makoto murmured softly, her eyes dropping to her phone. I just felt comfortable, idly spending time in the club room with you, senpai. Spending time in the club room with someone, memories of passing the time together without doing anything in particular, just sharing each day, No doubt memories like that might become important ones. Even if things don't go well, even if there was sorrow or hardship, times like that might stay in your mind and become treasured memories. So, with those thoughts in mind, all right then, I said loudly. Makoto looked at me curiously. Even if I go back 2.5 years again, I'll make sure to create moments like that once in a while. I promised her. I'll make it so we can spend time together like the first time. I might have unintentionally made her feel lonely. The shift from our first time in high school to this altered past might have affected her. If that was the case, I didn't want to neglect her. She was an important friend to me, and I wanted to cherish the days I spent with Makoto. Really? Her expression seemed to soften. My somewhat lazy, blunt junior, my uncute, not so sweet-talking best friend. I watched that girl's lips relax into a faint smile and her eyes slightly narrow in happiness. Thank you, she said in a simple, heartfelt voice. I'm happy. It felt as if the particles of light dancing in the room were spreading all around her. Seeing a new expression on Makoto's face, I felt a sudden flutter in my chest. You're welcome, I replied quietly, slightly flustered, and then realized something. I get it now. That's why Makoto suggested that I reveal everything about her to her younger junior high self. So we wouldn't spend less time together. So we'd stay best friends, just like in our first high school life. I looked back at the notebook in front of me. It was the same notebook I had bought when I started time traveling, filled with plans and ideas. There were countless things that had changed, and hadn't changed, since then. I wanted to cherish each and every one of them. Every change, every one of them, must have had meaning, and so I didn't want to miss any of it. Because I believe that's what makes up my life, and the lives of my friends. Just then, that's it, I came up with an idea. Maybe, just maybe, I could shift this whole situation in a completely different direction. I had an idea with the potential to change everything. Maybe she can change. Maybe Nito can change. Sorry for bothering you when you're so busy. We were in the small storage room next to the astronomy club room. Sitting down on the floor, I started the conversation like that. We haven't had much time to talk lately, so I wanted to spend some time together. No, it's okay, Nito replied, sitting on an old desk nearby and swinging her bare feet. I just finished a chunk of work and wanted a break anyway. The vibrant aqua blue of her nail-polished toes shone in the warm light streaming through the window, making me feel a bit nostalgic. Aren't you busy too, Meguri? I am. Yeah. I have a mountain of things to do preparing for the festival. Huh. You sure it's okay to be here then? We'll manage somehow. Rokuyo-senpai and Igarashi-san are there to help too. You're leaving it to others. Are you really okay with that? She said in her usual light-hearted tone. Nito's expression and lively voice were the same as always, but I still felt a slight distance, a wall between us. Just like when we went to talk to her for reconnaissance. Was it just my imagination? Was it because of the small sense of urgency about needing to win? About the stage? I seized a lull in the conversation to broach the subject. I know. You're worried about Rokuyo-senpai, aren't you, Nito? Yes, I am, she freely admitted, her feet still swinging. You already know what's gonna happen, Meguri. What'll happen to Rokuyo-senpai at the festival? Yeah, I checked a while back. Oh really? Nito's voice was still light. That's how I knew she had her guard up. Nito was likely hiding her true feelings, keeping her worries and guilt bottled up while pasting a smile on her face. Deep down, she must be feeling a terrible sense of guilt. She couldn't forgive herself for hurting Rokuyo-senpai in the future. So I decided to tell her my one true feeling, something that went against all my recent actions. Maybe it's okay to just go for it? For the first time, Nito looked directly at me. You mean, to beat Rokuyo-senpai? Yes, that's what I wanted to get across to her. Nito might win against Rokuyo-senpai in the future. As a result, she might turn his life upside down. But maybe that's okay. Maybe there's no need to worry or distance ourselves from each other. Why? She asked, sounding perfectly calm. It doesn't seem right. After all, you're trying to prevent that from happening, aren't you? You're right. I am, I confidently admitted that first. I want everyone in the astronomy club to be happy, if possible. I want us to be good friends forever, which is why I'm working so hard. I thought as much. But, I swallowed hard before continuing. No matter what happens to Rokuyo-senpai, it's not your fault, Nito. I looked up at her face as I spoke. In the future I saw, he definitely seemed to be living some dark days. It might very well have started with you beating him during Hekaton. Yeah, but what happens next is ultimately up to Rokuyo-senpai. She gave me a nod in response, her face somber. Nito, you didn't work hard on the main stage to hurt Rokuyo-senpai. You were just desperately doing it for yourself and those around you, right? That's right. No one can blame you for that. Even Rokuyo-senpai himself can't. Sure, he might suffer, but ultimately, that's his issue. To be blunt, it's his responsibility. I was well aware I was being harsh, even for me. Rokuyo-senpai must have been truly hurt, his spirit completely broken by the overwhelming gap between him and Nito. Anyone could break under those circumstances, even someone as tough as him. But I understood something from my past experiences. After breaking up with Nito and wasting my days away with Makoto, I could clearly say, it was my responsibility. There was no one else to blame but myself. The responsibility for how things turned out was mine alone. And Rokuyo-senpai probably understand that too. He never said a single bad word about Nito when I visited him in the future. So, even if he gets hurt, it's not your fault. I clearly told her. Nito, there's nothing for you to worry about. Nito looked at me intently, her thin lips pressed tight, a faint tension in her brow. I relaxed my shoulders and said, let's continue as we have been. Even if you thrash him and Rokuyo-senpai gets depressed, let's just carry on as usual. If we're there for him, I bet our relationship will change for the better, you know. If we're there for him, if we want to solve this problem, that's one possible solution. Nito going all out on stage couldn't be changed. And it was as clear as day that there was a big difference between the main and volunteer stages. So why not resolve the problem after the fact? Even if Rokuyo-senpai loses, we could find a future where he can bounce back. That was my thinking, anyway. That way, Nito's hurt could be kept to a minimum. And if we all stayed together in the club room afterward, she might just bounce back completely too. I'd only been focused on desperately hyping up the volunteer stage and beating the main stage, but there was another solution. I felt like this was probably the best answer we could come up with right now. I understand. Nito exhaled softly, her gaze dropping to her aqua-painted toes as they swayed gently, just like before. Stay by his side. It sounded like she was slowly chewing on each word before swallowing it down. Something inside her was changing. That way of thinking might be possible too, she said, smiling at me. Whatever happens this time, happens. We can still be friends with everyone afterward. Yeah, maybe that's an option. See? And yeah, it might be better for him if we stay by his side. Maybe he felt lost because we drifted apart. Being there afterward would have made a difference. Yeah, I think so too. If you had been there, it would have been totally different. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Ahaha. Nito quietly chuckled. Thank God. It looks like everything's going to be alright now. No matter if Rokuyo-senpai won or lost, Nito would stick around in the club room. That meant we could change the future however we liked, and all we had to do was go head to head at the Hekaton Festival. We just had to focus up and give it 110%. I started to get pumped up thinking about it. It's like the fighting an uphill battle feeling had turned into the fun of playing a hard mode game, and it felt like things were finally looking up. But I can't, until Nito's voice sliced through my thoughts. I can't do it that way. What? I was left stunned, completely bewildered. Can't do it? Why? I asked in a stupid-sounding voice. Why can't you? I really thought we were on the same wavelength. I really thought what I'd said had changed Nito's feelings. But then, why? Just then, the school bell rang. When I glanced out the window I could see the sun was setting. Should we go somewhere else? Nito said, hopping off the desk. Let's talk a little more. Okay. Still shaken, I nodded, got up, shouldered my bag and left the school with her. Section. We ended up at a park. The same park near her house we'd come to once before. We were sitting on the same bench as that day. We talked here before, didn't we?" Nito said, keeping her tone light. "When I said I always end up hurting people, getting into fights, making them feel awful, and just wrecking everything for them. Yeah, I remember that." I nodded as I recalled that day. It was back in the first semester, when we were desperately trying to make a video to save the astronomy club. "It's always like this for me. I'm sure I'll just end up hurting everyone. I'll ruin everything for everyone." "If that's the case, I should just," Nito said all that with a trembling voice. I can still vividly remember her face and the tears she spilled back then. And it wasn't just that time, either. During the Igarashi-san stuff, when I told her about my time traveling, and she about her looping, she talked about it too. I mess everything up. No matter how many times I try to fix things, I always end up hurting the things that are important to me. I just seem to mess everything up. Nito was really hard on herself. Even now, she couldn't forgive herself. "When I started making music, I thought I could go on living," Nito murmured softly. "During all those painful days, I finally found something I really loved. It made me truly happy. Not just pretending to be cheerful, but actually living happily." Yeah, that's how it was. Nito used to be the hero girl everyone looked up to. Like a character from an anime, the type Igarashi-san admired as a kid. Pretty pure. But for Nito, it was all an act. Until she found music, that changed her whole world. But the deeper I dive into it, the unhappier the people around me get. I don't know why it happens, but I can't stop hurting people. Yeah, that's exactly it. I told the gloomy-looking Nito. "I want you to know that it's not your fault, Nito. You haven't done anything wrong." Nito was just desperately trying to make it through. She needed music to do that, and was putting her entire soul into creating it. Even if it meant others ended up unhappy, it wasn't her fault. That wasn't a weight Nito needed to carry on her small shoulders. "That's why I'm sure everyone will forgive you," I insisted, grabbing hold of her hand. "Igarashi-san will forgive you, and so will Rokuyo-senpai. So, don't beat yourself up, okay?" "I can't do that," but Nito stubbornly shook her head. "I can't forgive myself." It was a terribly shaky voice. It sounded so fragile, as if it could break at any second. Struck by the intensity of that emotion, I instinctively clamped my mouth shut. A motorbike zoomed past the park, engine roaring. "Besides, you are the one who shouldn't forgive me the most, Megari," Nito said, as if trying to amp herself up to say the words. A wind blew through, lightly tossing her hair. "Because," she raised her head before continuing, "it's you I change the most, Megari." Her smile was so very sad. Her face, so full of pain, looked like it was on the cusp of tears. "Huh? Sure, I definitely change Moan and Rokuyo-senpai, but the one I really screw up is you, Megari." I was completely lost for words. "She changes me the most. She screws up my life." What does that mean? I didn't get it. I couldn't wrap my head around what she was saying. "Megari, you really are an amazing person," Nito said, still holding my hand. "You might not see it yourself, do you? You don't really feel it, do you? But you are, and I'm the one who ruins that. I mess it all up." I recalled my first go at high school. Yep. I pretty much wasted those 3 years. Days spent just drifting along, playing games and reading manga. The precious teen years I just let slip away with Makoto. Nito is trying to say, it's all her fault. She thinks it's because of her that I spent my days like that. I really didn't get it. Once again, I couldn't really grasp what she meant. And, if that was true, if I was some amazing guy, then what exactly was I supposed to be able to do? Back then, in that loop, the version of me Nito saw, what kind of person was I? What kind of high school life was I leading? But I pushed those questions aside. So, maybe this kind of thing isn't really good, either. Nito smiled. "Maybe I should just disappear," she continued. "Maybe I should just disappear from your life." Should disappear. The end Nito will come to someday. Disappearance. I thought about the words Nito might say next. My mind went blank, and I felt my heart pounding like crazy. Just then, it hit me. If Nito feels this way, if she thinks she should disappear because she's screwing me up, could the reason for Nito's disappearance actually be Me? Interlude 3. What to do? I was riding my bike back from school, down the now dark street, and muttering to myself, only just over 2 weeks until the big day. Man, this shit is tough. Cultural Festival Committee President, Volunteer Stage Manager. I reckon I've been able to handle these two roles without issue so far. Both were progressing without any problems, and I'm pretty confident we can create a buzz for the volunteer stage that wasn't there in the past. Still, though, as things are now, we're not gonna win. The challenge was to win against the main stage with our volunteer stage. The finish line was getting closer, and I was clearly starting to feel impatient. Both the performers and staff were pouring their blood, sweat and tears into it. I had zero complaints, but the difference with the main stage is too obvious. I felt that keenly during my recent recon. Megri and Moan probably felt the same. So, what now? How do we catch up with the main stage? Well, it's pretty simple. Actually, thinking about it, the answer hit me pretty quick. All I've gotta do is push myself harder. Work hard enough to beat any talent. Like I did back then. As I talked to myself, the memories came back to me. Talent. It was the first time I encountered what it was like. I was in the 4th grade of elementary school. In the 50-meter dash imp, I, who was always the fastest, got overtaken by the transfer kid Take Sheeta. My time was 8.5 seconds. Take Sheeta clocked in at 8.0 seconds, a huge margin for me to lose by. That difference was shocking. Not just to me, to the whole grade. Everyone was like, can someone actually run that fast? Even the teacher praised Take Sheeta, saying he might be some sort of genius. But I didn't want to lose. I just had to close that huge 0.5-second gap. That's when I really started to try. I watched every YouTube video on running faster, read books, and practiced like crazy. I had my parents time me over and over again, and I slowly started catching up to Take Sheeta. Then, right before hitting 5th grade, I finally hit 7.9 seconds, beating Take Sheeta. That moment changed everything for me. If you work hard, your dreams will come true. If you put your all into it and do your best, there's nothing you can't do. That feeling of success back then, it's been driving me ever since. That's why I've never stopped trying my hardest. I studied my ass off and got into Emmanuel High, the top school in my area, and if I keep this up, I'm pretty sure I'll make it into the national UNI I'm aiming for. It was the same for sports, my appearance, and even my internal evaluation scores, evaluation of a student's behavior, attitude, and academic performance by the teachers. If you work hard, you'll get results that match your efforts. Talent isn't a big deal in the face of hard work. That's the truth that supports and continues to guide me, my rock-solid belief. So, I fought off the headache and told myself that I can't afford to slack off now. There was still a huge gap between me and Nito. Honestly, it's like we're on completely different levels, in quality, determination, what we're born with. Frankly, I feel like we're from different universes. Like the gap between me and Take Sheeta before I started pushing myself. If that was the case, I needed to work even harder. I needed to push myself even more to catch up and overtake her. Chapter 4, Me and the Delinquents in the Schoolyard. Hey, Sakamoto, whenever I ask you anything, you always answer with nothing much and same as usual. Igarashi-san said and let out a deep sigh. Then, her eyes went wide. But come on, you can't just say nothing's wrong. She almost shouted, with all those sighs and your gloomy face. There's no way nothing's up. There were 2 weeks left until the Hecatan Festival. On one afternoon after school, preparations were entering their hectic final stages, and the school was buzzing with activity. We were in the middle of organizing rental equipment for the volunteer stage. You think? I muttered and lowered my gaze. Honestly, Igarashi-san was probably right. My spirits were at rock's bottom. I was conscious of my slumped posture and could tell the tone of my voice was lower than normal. To claim there was nothing wrong would definitely be a stretch. You could just talk about it, you know, Igarashi-san said and sighed again. I might not be the most reliable person, but I'll do my best to listen, she said in the last part in her usual casual tone. I could see her face was filled with genuine concern. She was unmistakably worried about me. "Thank you," I honestly expressed my gratitude. "You're kind, Igarashi-san." "Huh? No, that's not it. It's just super annoying to see you like this. You've been making so many mistakes lately. It's really getting on my nerves." Igarashi-san kept up a stern face, but the occasional glances she threw my way betrayed her true feelings, and it'd definitely be wonderful to confide in her. Right now, I feel deeply disheartened. Unloading all that would no doubt lift a weight off my shoulders. Even so, well, it's really nothing serious. I forced a smile and turned back to my work. "Sorry if I worried you, but I'm fine." Sigh. Igarashi-san returned to checking the documents, her face a picture of resignation. She was clearly unconvinced, but there was nothing I could do. There was just no way I could explain why I was feeling this way. Because of me, Nito is going to disappear. To be fair, that prediction hadn't actually been confirmed. Nito hadn't directly told me that, and she might not even be aware of her own disappearance 2.5 years from now. It was possible I was just getting ahead of myself. But I had a strong hunch that Nito's disappearance was deeply connected to my existence. I'd managed to keep the astronomy club alive and mediate her relationship with Igarashi-san. I was also planning to involve myself in whatever fallout came from her contest with Rokuyo-senpai. But, as much as these achievements mattered, perhaps my own existence will determine Nito's future. Meaning, I might have ruined everything. I might have destroyed a genius like Nito with my own mediocrity, and Igarashi-san wasn't the only one worried about me. "All right, listen up. It's time to run through the procedure for the performances," Rokuyo-senpai announced after opening the door to the special classroom. "The performers are already gathering at the venue. Everyone move your butts." "Yes." Voices rose from all around, and the volunteer stage staff began to move. Today, like Royuko-senpai said, we were scheduled to run through the procedures for the day of the performances. The volunteer stage had a variety of performers, each with different requirements, including specific uses of lighting and sound. To avoid chaos on the actual day, we had to gather all the performers and check the flow of things. I stood up from my chair and made my way towards Rokuyo-senpai. Just as I was stumbling through the door, "Oi, Megari, you alright?" Rokuyo called out to me, also sounding concerned. "You look really exhausted." "Man, what's really going on?" He was worried about me too. The day after I talked to Nito, Rokuyo-senpai was the first to notice the change in me. Since then, he'd been talking to me every day, trying to gauge what was going on with me. But of course, I couldn't share the details with him either. "I'm fine," I replied briefly and started walking down the hallway. "Sorry for making you worry." After locking the door, Rokuyo-senpai caught up and walked beside me, a wry smile on his face. "You know, you're a crap liar about this stuff," he said in his usual bright and cheerful tone. He sounded both admonishing, but not too pushy. "You're pretty bad at hiding your feelings or pretending nothing's up. It's obvious to anyone who's spent some time around you." He was probably right. Compared to Nito, Makoto, Igarashi-san, or Rokuyo-senpai, I wasn't good at pretending everything was okay. I had to admit, I felt equal parts frustrated and a little sorry for that. "Well, anyway," Rokuyo-senpai gave my back a single pat. "Before it becomes too much to handle, make sure you come and talk to me, yeah?" I didn't know how to respond. Feeling weak and pathetic, I let out a small sigh. Section Crap. We need to clear the stage props here. The comedy skit coming right after the band seems risky, doesn't it? The run-through was going smoothly. We had all 5 scouted groups and the 4 volunteer groups there. Each group took the stage in the order we had planned, performing their acts. Then, we tested the transitions to the next performers. As expected, there were a few hiccups. Props used by previous performers were left on stage, and there was confusion over who would use the microphone. At first, I wondered if such detailed preparation was really necessary. But, it's good we did this, don't you reckon? Rokuyo-senpai smiled, looking back at me. If we had this much trouble during the actual performance, it might have been a disaster. True enough. If there were this many screw-ups on the actual day, the management of the volunteer stage itself would collapse. Just as Rokuyo-senpai said, it was the right decision to go through these procedures. And another thing became clear. So this is how it's gonna be, huh? Igarashi-san remarked, looking up at the stage from the seating area. This is what the actual performance will feel like. Just as she said, I could vaguely form an image in my mind. The performers, though not fully serious, practiced their acts. With more than 10 days until the actual event, there was still time for refinement. That being said, I could imagine a rough final form and the atmosphere on the day, even at this stage. Which was why, Igarashi-san let out a small groan. We're competing with this against the main stage. Rokuyo-senpai, standing in front of her with his crossed arms, didn't reply but seemed to share the same anxiety. It wasn't like the quality of the performances were bad or anything. The comedy act we saw earlier, the dance group's performance, and as Yumakirara-senpai's dance routine were all captivating. The volunteer groups also seemed promising, but crap. I forgot to bring the blues driver pedal. Really? Then let's substitute it with another distortion for now. Yep, sounds good. The band members on stage laughed and chatted away like that, but their faces looked too relaxed. Maybe it was because of the comfort of not being on the main stage. Or maybe it was because they saw themselves as just one of the attractions at the cultural festival, but the performers seemed pretty laid back. Today wasn't the real deal or anything. It was just a run-through, not even a full rehearsal. I was pretty sure things will tense up on the actual day of the Hackathon Festival, but still. Yo, Haruki, the band's vocalist called out through the microphone from up on stage, getting Rokuyo-senpai's attention in the audience. I just had this idea. What if we do a cover song on the day? Might be more hype than our original. Don't you think? That's totally cool. As long as it doesn't mess with the PA or instruments too much. Wow, really? I'll think about it then. The whole mood. There was no tension in their interactions or relationships. It just didn't feel like it fit the seriousness of the situation, that Rokuyo-senpai's future was on the line. Don't you think they're being too relaxed about this? Igarashi-san muttered and bit her lip. It's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Yeah. I nodded in agreement as I stood next to her, feeling a growing sense of worry in my gut. We've got to tell them everything. Igarashi-san blurted that out after the run-through. It was just after all the staff had returned to the special classroom and disbanded for the day. Only Rokuyo-senpai, Igarashi-san, and I were left. I stayed behind to help Igarashi-san convince Rokuyo-senpai, something she and I had discussed beforehand. Look, Igarashi-san said nervously to Rokuyo-senpai, if we keep going like this, we'll lose to the main stage. The mood's way too chill. It'll definitely be the same on the actual day. I completely agreed. At this rate, I couldn't see us making a big leap in the quality of the performances. In all honesty, for school festival stage performances, we were already way above passing grade. The band, the dances, the comedy act, they were way beyond typical high school level. As things stood, it was set to be the best volunteer stage the school had ever held, but the performers didn't have a reason to push beyond that because they didn't know Rokuyo-senpai was up against Nito, and because they didn't know they were up against someone way above mere high school level. That's why I'm saying we need to tell them that your future's on the line. I want everyone to help. Senpai, you're on good terms with the performers, aren't you? I'm sure they'll totally get on board if you ask. Igarashi-san was dead right. If Rokuyo-senpai spoke up, they'd definitely help. Today's run-through showed how much they trusted him. He always respected what they wanted to do, building the stage performances around them. He listened carefully to their requests to make the performances easier for them. That's the reason they'd started to admire Rokuyo-senpai. Haruki, should we switch the order here? Hey Rokuyo-kun, is it okay if I use the outfit I normally wear in videos? Should we use a laugh track? Just kidding, we'll make 'em laugh ourselves. With casual, chatty energy, they were all laid back in the way they approached Rokuyo-senpai. If they knew what he was up against, if they knew he was facing the massive challenge that was Nito, they'd definitely help out. If anything, They might even rally together with even more enthusiasm. It'd boost the quality of the performances, and maybe even draw in more audience members. So, in terms of quality and promotion, it'd go a long way to solving the volunteer stage's issues. No matter which way you looked at it, it just made sense. To beat the main stage, to surpass Nito, we needed the performers' help. Without it, it might not even be a contest at all. That's what both Igarashi-san and I were thinking, but after a long, biting silence. No, that was the solemn word Rokuyo-senpai finally said. But why? Igarashi-san demanded, her voice a mix of anger and disbelief. Why are you being so friggin' stubborn? This isn't the time for that. I didn't get it either. Rokuyo-senpai had been like this from the start. Even when I suggested we tell everyone, he was adamant that he had to overcome it with his own strength. I get that he's a tough person, but he valued the proper way of doing things and was strict with himself. But man, there's a limit to how stubborn you can be. Why was he so obsessed with not asking for help? An awkward silence fell on the classroom. He must have understood that neither Igarashi-san nor I would be satisfied with this. As if relenting, Rokuyo-senpai broke the silence with a heavy sigh. "It's my old man," he said, sounding frustrated. "I have to show him that I can achieve results." His old man. Rokuyo-senpai's father, the same man who didn't approve of his son starting his own business. My old man is someone who built his own company from scratch. He squinted as if looking far off into the distance. It was during the IT bubble in the early 2000s. Even then, it was tough, and apparently he worked himself ragged to succeed. So now, he doesn't want me, his son, to go through the same hardships, and he probably thinks it's impossible for me to begin with. I see. I nodded. It was my first time hearing it. So Rokuyo-senpai's dad has been through all that. Makes sense. Then, why he'd want his son to join his company instead. He was just trying to protect his son from the insane hardships he went through, the same as any parent would do. But that's exactly why I've gotta show him. Rokuyo-senpai clenched his fist. I need to show my old man that I can break through these barriers with my own effort. So that's how it is. After hearing that story, the puzzle pieces were falling into place for me. Why Rokuyo-senpai was hell-bent on doing everything himself. Why he was so set on not leaning on anyone else. I completely understood where he was coming from, and would have helped if I could. But reality isn't so sweet. Everyone has their limits. You know, Igarashi-san chimed in hesitantly. No matter how much you push from here on out, some stuff is just out of reach. She was spot on. Let's say, for argument's sake, Rokuyo-senpai works like a maniac, and takes on as much as his father did in order to make a killer volunteer stage. Can he really beat Nito? I personally think it's impossible. Effort has its limits. There are things you can do and things you just can't. That's why, at some point, you have to rely on those around you. But I still want to try. Rokuyo-senpai still wasn't budging. I need to test my own limits. Whatever then. At this point, it was obvious it'd be useless to try and persuade him anymore. Apparently making that judgment too, Igarashi-san sighed in resignation. You're really stubborn. But I mean, if you're sure, then you seriously need to be prepared. There's a mountain of work to do, and we haven't promoted it nearly enough. Yep. You've got it. It's gonna be tough with your duties as president on top of that, but you've got no choice but to do it. Leave it to me, Rokuyo-senpai said, raising his arm with determination burning in his eyes. No genius can stand up to hard work. He sounded like some guy straight out of a shonen manga. But is that really how it works? Can sheer effort really change everything? Section. And from that day on, our final push before the cultural festival kicked off, we worked every day until the school closed, and continued working when we got home. Even as just one of the staff members, my energy was draining rapidly, and exhaustion was piling up. There was practically a mountain of things to do. Creating flyers for the volunteer stage and posting them around various places, getting permission from the school, the neighborhood association, and the district, negotiating with the sound company that would be entering the venue on the day, and coordinating with all the performers. On top of that, I had to help with our class's attraction choice. a cosplay cafe. During any free time I had, a few days in, I was running on fumes, sleep-deprived and worn out. Igarashi-san looked just as tired, her fatigue clearly showing on her face. Nito was the only one still full of energy, but honestly, since that day, the day she talked about her screwing up my life, we hadn't spoken much. She was blatantly avoiding me, and I, not knowing how to approach her, let the days go by hardly talking, using the festival preparations as an excuse. And then there was someone who was pushing themselves even harder than any of us. Section. Sigh. I finished checking a document and Haruki Rokuyo, looked up. As usual, the volunteer stage staff were working away in the special classroom. One group was finalizing the schedule for the day, another was in touch with performers, and yet another was discussing promotion. The crew here were really giving it their all. Even the ones who were lukewarm at first were now fired up. It was genuinely fun and reassuring to work with these guys. From among them, Rokuyo-senpai, one of my astronomy club juniors, called out to me. Megari Sakamoto and Mon Igarashi, both working on promotion, came over to me. Looks like we've got permission from all the performers for the computer club to live stream both the main stage and volunteer stage. Oh, good stuff. Then all that's left is the copyright stuff that we're leaving up to the teacher. Yes, seems that way. These two were invaluable. Mon, who's quick to spot problems on her own, and Megari, who's determined to solve them. I never thought, not even for a millimeter, that these guys would work this hard. Thanks to the two of them, I'm still able to fight now. But, are we really gonna make it a competition to see who gets the highest live stream viewer count? Mon asked. Her expression clouded. Chika has a huge advantage online. I mean, aren't we just making it more difficult for ourselves? Yeah, but we're doing it, I said to her with a nod. Everyone we have is active online in their own ways too. Pumpkins is a YouTuber, and almost all the others post videos. They have their own fans. If we combine all that, we should be able to win. I really did think we could pull it off. Sure, Nito was the stronger competitor online. She easily raked in tens of thousands of viewers for live streams and had a massive fan base. But this time, the stream wouldn't be on a popular video site. It'd be on a special page created for the Hecatan Festival. It was different from a site where Nito's fans would normally congregate. While we might not have as many fans as Nito, we did have more performers. If all their acquaintances and fans checked it out, our total viewership should be pretty solid. That's what I believe, anyway. But you know, despite what I said, Mon fired back. I think your approach is too sloppy. Sloppy? I mean, senpai, you're assuming all the performers will go along with it, aren't you? Think about the general mood at the moment. It's not guaranteed. You think so? Besides, she said, brushing her hair back in frustration, you're clearly not in good shape, senpai. You're not sleeping enough, are you? That's not true. How many hours did you sleep last night? About 3. That's practically the same as not sleeping. Not sleeping, huh? Honestly, yeah, that's about right. Right now, my head is all fuzzy and not working properly. My body feels heavy, there's a constant headache, and there's no way I'm at my best. Sorry for worrying you, I said, trying to smile at Mon. But hey, think of it as the final sprint. I'll make it through somehow. I mean, there's still 10 days until the festival, she fired back. Before leaving with Megari. Mon is one thing, but is Megari okay? He seemed down lately, always looking gloomy. He always dodged the question with nothing's wrong and wouldn't tell me what was on his mind. I took a deep breath and glanced out the window. It was just past 4, but the sky was overcast with dark clouds, making it dim outside. It had been raining for a few days, not a heavy downpour, nor a light drizzle, but an annoying, persistent rain that kept falling day after day. I didn't want to bring the mood down or show I was tired, but this kind of weather does take a subtle toll. All right. With a clap of my hands, I tried to psych myself up for the next task. Section. Mon left to give a report to the computer club. The others dispersed to do their respective tasks, and eventually it was just me and Megari, my listless junior, in the special classroom. It was a rainy afternoon, just past 4:30. The two of us quietly worked away, the pitter-patter of rain in the background. He must think I'm being a pain in the ass as well, I thought as I watched Meguri, hunched over his work. He was Nito's boyfriend. He must have felt Nito's crazy skills and talent more keenly than anyone else, being so close to her. He must have gone through some painful experiences because of it too. To him, I might look like a fucking idiot. An idiot who's numbing himself with the word effort while charging towards defeat. But I believe I can do it. I have that belief and the experiences to back it up. Like the 50-meter dash, the contest with Take Sheeta. So, it's not over yet. If I have time to doubt, I should use it to think and act. If I do that, I can beat Nito. I'm sure of it. A voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see Meguri, with a listless expression, looking at me worriedly. Are you really okay? His voice was so dark, I almost wanted to ask him if he was okay instead. Yep. I'm fine, really, but Meguri's face just darkened even more. No. You look like you're about to collapse. Me, about to collapse? No, I didn't mean to look like that. Do I really look that strained? Please don't push yourself too hard, and ask for help or take breaks if you need to. Is it that bad that I need to be told that? Am I really on the ropes that much? To my surprise, his words hit me hard. I let out an overly cheerful laugh. No. No. It's more like you who's like that. I stood up and walked over to him. You look way more rough than me lately. If anyone's in serious trouble, it's you, I said, patting his back. But he just fell silent, showing a pained face I hadn't seen from him before. Come on man, you can talk to me, I urged him, genuinely concerned. I consider you a close friend. You can tell me, alright? Close friend. I wasn't blowing smoke, I really thought that way about him. Sure, he wasn't not like the usual guys I hung out with, but through our time in the astronomy club and preparing for the Hecatan festival, he's become an important friend. Which was why I was getting pretty tired of him always mumbling and looking troubled. I wanted to talk normally, more than just for the sake of the stage. No, it's okay, he said with a shake of his head. I'm fine, and it's not something I can talk to other people about. There's no shot you're fine when you look like that. No, actually, there's nothing wrong to begin with. You're bullshitting me. I'm sorry. Meguri suddenly stood up as he said that, grabbed his bag and walked past me. I stood there bewildered as he left the special classroom. I was left there, feeling like he had just escaped from me. I only wanted to hear him out, but he created distance between us. Normally, I might have let it slide with a, hey, wait up, or thought he'd eventually talk about it. But this time, what? I blurted out without thinking. What's his deal? I muttered to myself. My head grew hot with anger, and I felt my entire face instantly heat up too. I felt a surge of irritation in my chest, and ran towards the classroom exit. I had to admit, I'd lost my cool. I'd clearly lost my usual composure. Maybe it was the lack of sleep, fatigue, or the fact that things weren't going well and I felt misunderstood. All the frustration of things not going right lately. Feeling like everything was going to shit. It's just so fucking infuriating. I flung the door open. Hey, hold up. Will ya? I shouted, seeing Meguri's back as he headed towards the exit. At least tell me what's going on. Wah. He flinched and turned around with a frightened look on his face. He really did look scared. I must have looked extremely angry. Meguri gasped and suddenly bolted, his movements surprisingly agile compared to his earlier sluggishness. I was a bit slow to react at first. I said wait up. I shouted and started chasing after him. What's going on? Don't run away. I prided myself on my running. My 50-meter dash time had improved since elementary school, now consistently in the low 6-second range. I'll catch up right away. I looked straight ahead and drove my legs with all my strength. I swung my arms wide and sprinted forward quickly. The distance between Meguri and me closed in an instant, and just when I was about to reach him, there was a sharp curve. Meguri, who had been running straight down the hallway, suddenly veered off, practically flying down the stairs. You little. I changed direction with all my strength and started down the stairs after him. Down from the 4th floor to the 3rd, then to the 2nd, practically tumbling down the stairs. But, fuck's sake, I couldn't catch up. What's this? Can't breathe. I wasn't running well. Normally, I'd close that distance in seconds. Megari wasn't particularly fast. It should have been easy for me to overtake him. But, damn it, I gasped, feeling the impact of sleep deprivation and accumulated fatigue in my body. The endless stress was weighing me down, preventing me from reaching my usual speed. Wait, I shouted again as Megari rushed towards the stairwell. I just want to talk, alright? I can't tell you. Without even bothering to change his shoes, Megari dashed out of the school building. I can't burden you with more than you already have right now. The hell you talking about? Not telling me is more annoying. I dashed out into the rain after him. Raindrops pelted my body like bullets. Students around, apparently on their way home, stared in shock, but at that moment I couldn't care less. Soaked to the bone, I shouted at Megari. Do you seriously not trust me that much? We're just too different, Megari shouted back as he ran onto the school grounds. We're totally different types of people. We live in different worlds. Those last 5 words hit me like a ton of bricks. That's why you won't understand, senpai. You won't get what someone like me worries about, what I struggle with. Maybe he's right. I couldn't help thinking as I ran. It's true that Megari and I were from different worlds. I didn't usually say it out loud or let it show, but I was well aware of that much. I'd always been the type to stand out, surrounded by people like me. I was good at both studies and sports, and had a good reputation with the teachers. Honestly, deep down, I've always been proud of myself. On the other hand, Megari, to be blunt, wasn't the type to stand out. He didn't have eye-catching looks or extraordinary abilities. He was timid, liked indoor hobbies, and was quiet. In the current lingo, I suppose you could say I'm the extroverted one and he's the introverted one. We'd been brought together because of the astronomy club, but there was an obvious barrier between us. As Megari said himself, I probably didn't understand his feelings, and he probably didn't understand mine. Talking about it is pointless, he shouted back at me. I can't be like you, senpai. Section. I can't be like you, senpai. As I yelled that, the faces of 3 people flashed in my mind. Nito, Igarashi-san, Rokuyo-senpai. I'd made many friends through the astronomy club. I couldn't get close to them in my first high school life. In this one, it was nothing short of a miracle that I'd been able to become friends with those 3. After getting closer to them, I came to realize there were still differences in the types of people we were. We're completely different in our interests, self-esteem, ways of thinking, and everything else. And yet, I figured it didn't matter. Actually, I found some of our differences enjoyable. Take Nito. She had many sides to her, and all of them were adorable. Being surprised and swept away by her was always refreshing, and I never got bored being with her. Her stoicism made me feel like I needed to stand tall as well. Then, Igarashi-san. She trusted me. I could see that clearly. Without a doubt, we were good friends now. I liked the differences between me and her, and cherished what made us each unique. And finally, Rokuyo-senpai. There were parts of him that I obviously admired. His strength, pride in himself, and him relentlessly aiming for greater heights. The kind of lifestyle I couldn't achieve. His popularity made sense to me, and having someone like him in the astronomy club was still a source of pride for me. Maybe I should just disappear from your life. That was when the reality behind Nito's words hit me. Getting close to someone sometimes means hurting them. Even if there's no ill will and both sides have good intentions, it can still lead to an unhappy future. The genius I might ruin someday, Nito. And it's not just her. Our differences might deeply hurt us all someday. Facing that reality, I started to feel afraid of the distance between us, of the inability to understand each other, of the differences between Nito, Igarashi-san, Rokuyo-senpai, and me as human beings. That was the reason. Go away, I shouted back at Rokuyo-senpai, who was still doggedly staggering after me. I don't have time for this. So please, just leave me alone. Section. I don't have time for this. So please, just leave me alone. Hearing that, I hesitated for a moment, almost stopping in my tracks. Maybe Megari is right. That thought flickered through my mind. Truth was, I couldn't understand Nito. I couldn't understand what she was going through, what she was thinking, or what she was struggling with. Nito, with her overwhelming talent and drive to push herself on top of that. I think there was a part of me that was afraid of her. Intimidated even. Maybe to Megari, I represent something similar. If that's how it was, maybe we really couldn't understand each other. It wasn't about myself, but about someone else, and that's why I could grasp it objectively. It wasn't about effort anymore. The difference between us was more fundamental. Maybe it was impossible to truly understand and empathize with each other. Right. Then I have no choice but to accept it. That there are things that can't be fixed, no matter how much effort you put in. That some distances can't be bridged, no matter how hard you try. Even so, Megari, who was running in front of me, stumbled and slipped. He lost his balance, falling hard onto the muddy schoolyard ground. He lay there in a heap, covered in mud from head to toe. His back heaved up and down with his ragged breaths. He slowly sat up on the spot. "You okay?" I asked, reaching out my hand. "Come on, grab on." But he didn't take it. "I'm fine," he said, staring at the ground. "You should go back inside before you catch a cold." "Come on," I snapped, feeling the anger rising up in me again. Yes, I was angry. We might not be able to understand each other. We might hurt each other. In the end, it's probably someone else's problem. Even I, deep down, saw Megari as someone from a different world. Even so, enough already. "Let me be part of your life," I said, sitting down next to him in the mud. "I can't deny what you're saying. I don't get your feelings. And I can't do things the way you do. But also, I don't wanna be like you, either." Megari looked at me, surprised. Becoming friends was a coincidence. If something had been slightly different, if I hadn't seen you recruiting members, maybe we wouldn't have gotten to know each other. His eyes wavered, visibly shaken by what I was saying. I'm not sure where, but I could tell that my words hit home. "But we're here together now, aren't we?" I softened my tone as I continued. "Then why not believe in that coincidence? Or fate, you might say. That brought us together." I burst out laughing. I couldn't help myself, looking at Megari's face splattered with mud like that. I'm seriously pissed off and frustrated. I really wanna do something about it. That feeling was genuine. Megari was dead right. There was an unbridgeable chasm between us. Effort wouldn't fix it, and that might eventually lead to an unhappy future. I had no choice but to accept that. Yet, there was something more alive in the feelings there. Not vague predictions or fears about the future, but real impulses I felt in that moment. I don't want to ignore them. I want to follow those feelings. After a long silence, Megari finally spoke. "I get it," he murmured. "I'll talk. I want you to hear me out. You got it." "But," he started saying and looked at me intently. "In return, let me speak my mind to you." He was adamant, clear in his intention. "Speak your mind?" "Yeah, there's something I really need you to hear." He looked me straight in the eye. "Please, let me be part of your life too." I chuckled a bit, hearing him say it like that. "Man, he really does say it how it is." I nodded. "All right, deal." Section. Returning to the special classroom, I wiped off the mud with a towel and changed into my jersey. Then, I slowly opened up to Rokuyo-senpai. I told him about how Nito feels guilty every time she thinks she hurts someone around her, and about how I told her that getting hurt is that person's problem, not anyone else's, and she shouldn't worry about it. "Agreed," Rokuyo-senpai nodded simply. "Nito shouldn't worry about stuff like that." I explained that Nito, even after I told her that, continued to blame herself, and that she was convinced she'll inevitably hurt me too. "Gotcha," Rokuyo-senpai nodded again, crossing his arms. "She's been thinking that far ahead, huh?" "And then," she said, "maybe I should just disappear from your life." I bit my lip as I continued. It really shocked me. I couldn't tell him about the fact that Nito really will disappear in the future, and the fact that something akin to a suicide note will be left behind. I figure it's probably better not to reveal too much about time travel to other people, the exception there being Makoto, who was helping me in the future. Letting too many people know that the past and future can be rewritten was a bad idea. It'd cause a lot of confusion, and even without that, Rokuyo-senpai should be able to understand my predicament. I I really do love Nito, I said, looking down. So I'm at a loss. Sometimes I feel like I should be the one to distance myself, to stop interfering in her life. I felt like I'd been pushed to that point. Should I break up with Nito? If I'm not round her, wouldn't she be freer to create music? And wouldn't that stop her from disappearing? Of course, when you think about it logically, that wasn't the solution. In my first high school go-around, Nito and I weren't together anymore. Yet she still disappeared. But that's the kind of solution I was driven to, unable to control my own thoughts. Got it, Rokuyo-senpai murmured, leaning back in his chair and crossing his long legs. But then, the answer seems simple, doesn't it? Simple? Yep, replied casually, nodding. You just need to be happy. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Just need to be happy. A word that hadn't crossed my mind recently, given how far from it my recent self had been. You told Nito yourself, didn't you? Even if someone gets unhappy cause they lose to her, that's their own problem. That's absolutely correct. It's wrong to think Nito made them unhappy. That applies to you too. That did make sense. Even if my life were to go off the rails because I was around Nito, it wouldn't be her fault. It's just my own weakness. Nito wasn't responsible, and she really shouldn't worry. But Nito can't see it that way. Can she? Senpai asked. No matter how much you explain, she'll feel responsible on her own. Yeah, I nodded, a bitter feeling rising up inside me. No matter what, Nito would blame herself. No matter how much the person said it's my problem, it wouldn't make a difference. She'd continue to blame herself for ruining other people's lives. So, Rokuyo-senpai said with a smile, the simple solution is, you just don't become unhappy. He said it so straightforwardly. If you're happy, and show her that, problem solved. It was a ridiculously simple answer, a well-reasoned and logical way of thinking. Okay, that's really all there is to it. A problem that seemed so complicated was actually so simple that it almost felt anticlimactic. Nito would screw up my life. Just don't let it happen. I obviously couldn't avoid being influenced by her. Nito's presence is so dazzling that it's impossible to ignore her. So, all I had to do was continue being happy. I needed to stay true to myself and be happy in front of her. Such a simple, legitimate answer was right in front of my nose. And I felt like I could do it. Changing Nito's future or making everyone happy, those things really were too much to handle. I couldn't promise it to definitely happen. But for me to be happy myself, now that's something I believe I can achieve. Really impressive, I found myself saying. You're reliable, aren't I? Rokuyo-senpai said with a mischievous smile. That's why you should have talked to me from the start. Got me there, I should have. He was absolutely right. If I could have come to this conclusion, maybe I should have talked to him sooner, instead of brooding over it alone. Consulting him right away was probably the right move. Still, thanks to that, now I can get you to hear me out. This was my chance to get him to listen to me, to have my request heard. Let's tell them everything, I said firmly. Let's tell everyone working on our stage that your future is at stake. Yeah, this feels like the right thing to do. I was confident it was in everyone's best interests. I looked straight at Rokuyo-senpai again. Let's ask them for their help. Section. I did say I'd hear him out. And honestly, I fully intended to take on Megari's opinion. Let's tell them everything. Let's ask them for their help. But hearing that opinion, one I already saw coming, I hesitated. Deep down, I understood it was a reasonable suggestion. As Moan pointed out, there was no chance our volunteer stage could beat the main stage in its current state. We were clearly losing to them in attention, motivation, and overall quality. If we wanted a shot at turning that around, telling everyone about my situation was the only option. But that was something I desperately wanted to avoid. Relying on others felt like it would negate the entire competition, or worse, negate my way of life. It's true, Megari said when he saw I was still staying silent. I can't be like you, senpai. I can't understand your situation, or your feelings. Can't understand. He was right. Megari definitely couldn't understand because he hadn't lived the same experiences as me, and because we were different types of people. But that's exactly why I might see things you can't. Megari being able to see things I can't. A breakthrough that can be found precisely because it's him. If you say we're close friends, don't you think it's okay to listen to my opinion a little? I know, but I absolutely got what Megari was saying, and honestly, it was very persuasive, but something still held me back. No, I just can't. I can't involve everyone else, I said with a bitter smile. They're all looking forward to performing. They're genuinely excited to show off what they've got at Hecatan. I can't dump my own shit onto them. Each of them had their own reasons for performing, and had their own expectations to go along with it. I couldn't just force my circumstances onto them. No, no, no. But Megari just shook his head with a wry smile curling his lips. You're the one who said to let you be part of my life, were you not? Hearing that, I flinched. My frustration with Megari, the frustration of him for distancing himself from me. Was I making other people feel the same way? The performers, they all trust you a lot, don't they, senpai? I pictured all their faces. They probably did trust me. I'd always tried to respect them beyond just the boundaries of work. If we were putting on a show together, I wanted to treat them like comrades. Do they really trust someone like me? I'm sure everyone would want to help you, senpai, Megari said with a smile. I took a deep breath and stared up at the classroom ceiling. I see. It was a weird feeling. Like the solid ground beneath me had suddenly been ripped away, leaving me with an odd sense of insecurity. But at the same time, it felt like I'd become freer, like I could go anywhere now. Should I go talk to them? I muttered to no one in particular. Maybe I should tell everyone about my situation. Yeah, let's do that, Megari said with a calm smile. In that moment I realized that this junior of mine and I had broken down our walls together. Chapter 5, Eve of the Revolution. It's pretty lame, and I'm really sorry. It was the next day, after school in the special classroom. Rokuyo-senpai, facing all the performers we'd managed to round up, bowed his head. I really wanna beat Nito and the main stage. I have to. But, the way things are, it's not looking good. I can't do it all by myself. Rokuyo-senpai laid it all out about his big dream of starting his own business, but his parents being staunchly against it, about his father's near impossible condition, to draw more of an audience to the volunteer stage than the main stage, and that he realized there was no chance of him pulling it off alone. Then, he raised his head up and looked at each performer in turn. So I need your help, he said, clear and direct. I need the help of everyone here, and those who couldn't make it today. He was able to say it. I watched the scene, deeply moved. Rokuyo-senpai, who always insisted on doing his best alone, was now asking everyone for help. I felt a warmth spreading through my chest. Yesterday, Rokuyo-senpai and I fought, sharing our feelings. Running around in the rain like idiots. We opened up to each other. Those honest emotions had now transformed him. Changing your way of life is terrifying. It must have taken immense courage to make that choice. Honestly, it's scary for me too. What kind of impact will the words I threw at Rokuyo-senpai have on him? Will the feelings I unleashed help him move forward? So, I prayed that those words would reach all the performers, and that his feelings would drastically change the volunteer stage for the better. Everyone present was visibly shaken. This probably wasn't the kind of talk they were expecting, that their performance could have such a huge impact on someone's life. They probably weren't even told why they were all gathered together in the first place. Both Battleship Potemkins and Azuma Kirara-senpai, the members of Obara Moonlit Night and Flictions, and all the other participants were exchanging glances and whispering to each other. Frankly, Rokuyo-senpai continued, I don't think I can repay you right away. Helping me might not be beneficial for you. It might just be a waste of your time and effort. He was being brutally honest. He was asking for help for his own sake, and it wouldn't be fair to lie or sugarcoat it. So, if you're not up for it, feel free to ignore my request. I promise it won't affect your participation in the volunteer stage. I'll treat everyone with the same, if not more, respect as before. But he put more strength into his voice. If you think you wanna give it a try, if you think, let's do it. Let's help Rokuyo. Even a little bit, in your own way and within your own limits. Then I want you to lend me your strength. I want you to come up with strategies to attract a bigger audience, and put on an awesome performance." His voice echoed in the classroom for a second. Then, he bowed his head deep. "Please, I'm counting on you." He spoke with a strong resolve, his voice deep and resonant as always. Though there seemed to be a hint of anxiety, a slight tremble to his voice. A short silence fell upon the classroom, lasting less than a single breath. And before the echo of his voice faded, before his plea dissolved into the air, "I'm down," came a cheerful voice from among the performers. It was cute, anime-like, light and playful. "Glancing that way. I'll totally give it my all." I saw Azuma Kirara-senpai, wearing her disheveled uniform and bright accessories. She radiated a vibrant and stylish aura as she raised her hand with a playful look on her face. "For real?" Rokuyo-senpai looked a little surprised, but gave her a relieved smile. "Thanks a lot. Makes me really happy." "You're welcome." "You sure though?" "I don't think there's any benefit for you, Azuma." No, Azuma-senpai said, waving her hand dismissively. Still smiling sweetly and speaking in her bouncy, playful tone, she added, "I was kinda pissed off with Nito anyways." "Was it this year that she started doing music stuff?" Azuma-senpai asked rhetorically in a sing-song voice. "Anyways, till then, I was the famous girl online at this school, but she suddenly stole all the attention. I mean, some of my fans even went over to her side. Can you believe it? So I thought, I've got to put her in her place." "I see." "Got it, so that's what it is." "No way. That's friggin' scary." Saying all that in such a cutesy voice is way too terrifying. I get how she felt, but saying she was pissed off while smiling sweetly like that, I wasn't sure if I could still keep my pure feelings and adoration when watching Azuma-senpai dance anymore. Rokuyo-senpai, though, seemed to find it funny, going off the way he was chucking. "Gotcha. That's fine, let's take her down together." "Yup. For starters, I'll revise my dances again, and start streaming daily from today." "Online viewers count too, right?" "If so, I feel like I can really help." "Thanks a lot. That's a big help." "No worries. It's all for beating Nito." "Scary, huh?" "When girls do battle. I know, right? We should avoid getting caught up in that." The pair from Battleship Potemkin said that to each other after watching the exchange with Azuma-senpai. Their voices were amused, almost conspiratorial, but apparently it reached her ears too. HMPH. Azuma-senpai turned a sharp glare on them. "So, what are you two gonna do? Run away with your tails between your legs?" "Weak. No way. Of course we're on board." In a bit of a panic, Potemkins quickly made their case. "We owe Rokuyo-kun. It's payback. Besides, winning against that Nito-san girl might make us popular, right? First, we can choose our material again. Plus, we have a YouTube channel, so we'll promote it there too." "Ah, if it's online promotion we're talking about," the bassist from Obara Moonlit Night piped in, as if he had an idea. "Should we make a promotional music video or something?" "Really? You can do that?" "Yeah." The bassist kept his face calm while Azuma-senpai jumped up and down excitedly. "We've made our own PVs and live announcement videos before. If we get the material, we can edit a video." Then, let's shoot a new video too." A girl, the leader of the dance group Flictions, chimed in. "Like a teaser for the voluntary stage, then make several PVs." "Yeah, and make it clear we're aiming to defeat the main stage." "Ooh, that's good. The audience might get excited too." In the blink of an eye, a brainstorming session kicked off. Everyone shared their ideas, performers and staff alike. One idea after another was thrown out, some in need of refining and others shot down. Once an idea was somewhat organized, someone would volunteer to take it on, saying, "I'll do that," or "let me handle this." I clearly felt the passion in the scene before me. Until now, prep for the volunteer stage had always been kind of lukewarm, with a vibe of, as long as it's fun, it's okay. To be fair, that wasn't wrong, and I could picture a future where everyone here patted each other on the back and said, "We put on a pretty good performance." That wasn't bad in its own right. A performance stage like that would definitely become a fun memory. But now, It was heating up. With the single goal of defeating the main stage, everyone was united as one for the first time. Maybe we can do this. It was the first time I felt that possibility. We might actually be able to compete with the main stage. I still couldn't see the plan in its entirety yet. There was no question the main stage would be a formidable opponent no matter what. But, with this passion, with this excitement building up, if we kept experimenting and adjusting things until the big day, we could definitely put up a fight. Beating the main stage shouldn't be out of reach. Now that it's come to this, Igarashi-san said while watching the exchanges between performers, staff, and Rokuyo-senpai in front of her. We've got to do our best too. Don't we? We do. I mean, our senpai has gone to the trouble of getting everyone this excited. So us two need to come up with more strategies too. Actually, I said, turning to Igarashi-san, I just thought of an idea. An idea? Yeah, an idea that could both promote the event and get all the performers excited. Then, I laid out my plan to her. The idea was a little risky, but if it worked, it'd give us a huge publicity boost. So, I'd like to ask for permission to broadcast during lunch break. We were in the staff room after school, making our case to the school's vice principal, Higashi-sensei. The volunteer stage performers are getting really hyped up for it right now. So, I was wondering if we could broadcast a radio show of them every day? A radio program. That was the idea. Originally Rokuyo-senpai's. I had suggested to Igarashi-san. The idea was to start broadcasting during lunch breaks leading up to the festival and talk about the volunteer stage to let more students know about it. I figured it'd be pretty effective to draw people in. First, they need to know it exists. Then, get them interested in the performers and what they'll be doing. So, broadcasting their radio show throughout the school during lunch, a time when, for some reason, Amanuma High School doesn't usually have broadcasts, could be a huge boost to advertising. Igarashi-san and I were in the middle of negotiations, hoping to make that happen. But, that's exactly why I said no. The vice principal said loudly, meals should be taken quietly. That's the reason lunchtime broadcasts aren't allowed. He spoke in a strangely high-spirited, yet somewhat absent-minded way. Battleship Potemkin's impersonation of him was almost a dead ringer of it. Some students made fun of it, but honestly, I kind of liked the way he talked. I've already told the festival committee president. Didn't he pass it along? The vice principal stubbornly insisted in the same tone. Rokuyo-senpai was indeed rejected too, because of the vice principal's personal rule that lunch should be eaten quietly. I mean, that's kind of selfish, isn't it? To stop what the students want to do just because of your own preferences. It was likely the same reason the school didn't have any lunchtime broadcasts whatsoever. Like in the Battleship Potemkin skit, Higashi-sensei loved being a stickler for the rules. Plus, he kept making new rules, leaving students to laugh in consternation. No, we did hear it from Rokuyo-senpai, Igarashi-san said, handing over a piece of paper. So today, we've prepared a few things and have come back for another discussion. Yeah, we came today prepared, hoping to overturn the vice principal's opinion with a certain ally on our side. What's this? The vice principal stared intently at the piece of paper Igarashi-san had handed him. It says there will be a new special segment on Community FM Sujinami. That's right. I leaned forward, pointing at the paper. You know, the one that plays all over town? It's run by the Sujinami ward. It's like a local radio station. It's not just here in Ojikubo, but also in Nishiogakubo, Asagaya, and even along the Cebu line, so a lot of people listen to it. As I said that, I thought about how the station's radio program was always faintly playing in the background when I was out and about. Like when going to and from school, hanging out, or running errands. And the time when we first went shopping with our class. I had one ear listening to the broadcast while explaining my reasons for joining volunteer stage staff to Nito. And actually, we went to the ward office the other day to discuss it with them. I continued explaining. I asked if Amanuma High School's volunteer stage could have a program on there just until the day of the Hecatan Festival. What? He seemed completely taken by surprise. At the ward office. Discussing having a radio program. Yes. That's. He began, looking up at me. Did you inform a teacher about this? Students can't just go and do it on their own. Of course. We told a few teachers, Mitarai-sensei, who's in charge of the cultural festival, and our homeroom teacher, Chiyoda-sensei. Chiyoda-sensei even came with us to the ward office. I see. And, I leaned towards the nodding vice principal. We got permission. I made sure to emphasize it clearly. They decided to allow us to do the program. Actually, the person in charge was extremely enthusiastic about it. They loved our proposal. Apparently, they'd been wanting to create programs featuring local students to reach a younger audience. And then, a proposal came to them tied to the cultural festival. To top it off, it came with the lofty goal of us trying to beat a big stage with a smaller one. They even said they couldn't think of a reason to refuse. So, a 30-minute program featuring our performers would be broadcast daily on Community FM Sujinami. The first 2 episodes, featuring Azuma Senpai, were already recorded. We were just waiting to air them. And the person in charge at the ward office also asked if Amanuma High School could broadcast it as well. I continued explaining to Higashi-sensei. They said it'd be great if we could hype it up together. Apparently, even the mayor praised the project. Even the mayor. So, what do you think? Seeing the vice principal wavering, I pressed him. Can we broadcast it during lunch? Can our school participate in this project? I hoped this would work. The vice principal, who loved following the rules, tended to buckle under higher authority. Someone who finds pleasure in adhering to set norms can't easily refuse a request from a governmental body like a ward office. These kinds of cunning tactics weren't really Rokuyo-senpai's forte. He tended to confront issues head-on, which doesn't mesh well with someone like the vice principal. That's why someone like me, who can be a bit cunning when I need to be, was needed to break through to Higashi-sensei. That was my idea this time, and sure enough, after a few agonizing seconds, the vice principal let out a resigned sigh. All right. I'll allow you to broadcast your program during lunch. Section. The day after we got permission for the lunchtime broadcast, the first episode was aired during the lunch break. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah. After a long time not seeing each other, Nito and I met up and were heading home together. We've both been pretty busy lately. We have. It had been a hot minute since we last talked like this. Not since the day Nito told me she might screw up my life. Sighing, I looked around. We were on a familiar street leading to the station. The sun had set, and the eastern sky was completely colored a deep blue. In the west, the sky weaved a complex tapestry of orange afterglow, reflected in Nito's beautiful hair as it took on the hues of the fading light. We talked in fits and starts while we enjoyed the view. Only a week left until the performance. Do you feel a bit calmer now? Yeah, but I still feel like my performance isn't good enough yet. What? Really? I bet it's actually amazing, though. I dunno, but I'm not satisfied. If I can't push it a step further, I might feel anxious during the actual performance. Her voice was light as always. It was a normal conversation, like one we'd have on any other day. But I distinctly felt the distance between us. Nito and I were walking close enough to bump shoulders, yet it felt like we were talking while separated by a thin screen. There was a faint tension in Nito's voice and the words she spoke. As I thought, Nito couldn't forgive herself. She continued to feel guilty for possibly hurting Rokuyo-senpai and ultimately, maybe even ruining my life. So, I decided to tell her what I'm thinking now, and what I want to do. Because I wanted Nito to enjoy it too. I wanted her to make the Hecatan Festival, which she'd experienced countless times, into something good. I started saying, taking a small breath, as I walked one step at a time. Will be happy. Taken by surprise, Nito turned to look at me. Looking straight back into those eyes, I somehow found myself smiling. I've decided, no matter what happens, I'll definitely be happy. I told her. It might have seemed to you like my life was thrown off course. It might have actually been a bit unfortunate, and to be honest, I kinda see why. My first time in high school, Those 3 years spent aimlessly pissing the time away, achieving nothing. I don't think it was Nito's fault. I believe it was 100% mine alone. But, from the outside, it might have looked like misfortune. From Nito's perspective, it might have seemed like she screwed up my life. That's why I made the choice. Looking ahead, the bustling streets near the station came into view. A familiar, very ordinary scene of streets I'd passed through many times, street lights just starting to light up. Yet right now it looked, I'm going to change. First, I'll make myself happy, more vibrant than my first high school life. Everything before me was in much higher definition than the times I was competing against Nito's amazingness, or the times I could only watch her drift away. I was able to see it like that now. If you think about it, I'm pretty fortunate, aren't I? I said, smiling at Nito. My parents are decent, and we're not rich but we live comfortably. I live in Tokyo, and I'm able to go to a good high school. I even have good friends. There are so many people in the world who don't have that. That's true. I haven't had those kinds of struggles, so from here on out, everything is my own responsibility. I want to move forward in my life, taking responsibility for myself. I'll work towards the place I really want to go. Whatever happens there isn't your fault, or anyone else's. I truly believed that. I chose to be by Nito's side of my own volition. That responsibility was mine and mine alone. I wouldn't hand it over to anyone. And, I think, the same probably goes for Rokuyo-senpai. Rokuyo-senpai. Hearing his name, Nito bit her lip a little. He's trying to grasp his future on his own terms. Whether he can grasp it or not, whether it ends in success or failure, it's all on him. So, we'd arrived in front of the station before we knew it. Ojikibo Station, where I'd seen Nito off so many times before she headed back to her dorm in the city center. Illuminated by the surrounding lights, Nito seemed to shimmer in the white glow. Nito, please do what you need to do. It was like I was supporting her, and giving her a nudge. Because I'm sure that'll lead to our happiness too. Really? She looked down, sounding like she was chewing on her words. For your happiness and everyone else's. You know, I lightened my tone. To be honest with you, the volunteer stage is getting crazy. It's getting more and more exciting, and we're going hard on promoting it. That's right. We were heading into a showdown. It wasn't the time for downhearted pep talks. We were rivals now, and formidable ones at that. I wanted to face Nito as an enemy she couldn't just brush off. I'm actually starting to think we can really win. To beat you, Nito. Nito's mouth dropped open in surprise. It looked like a genuinely shocked expression, like a pigeon that had just been shot by a bean gun. It was probably the first time she'd ever heard me say something like that. In all the loops she'd been through, in all the high school lives she'd seen, it must have been the first time I said something like that. It felt good to surprise her. I might even be able to show her an unknown future. With that in mind, I internally clenched my fist tight, but Nito wasn't the type to lay down and take it. Her out-of-character expression was replaced by a fierce grin. You winning against me, you say? Yep. If you keep moping around, it's gonna be a cakewalk for us. We'll steal the festival atmosphere for ourselves. HMPH. Her eyes narrowed, clearly entertained by my obvious provocation. You're that confident, huh? Of beating us with your ragtag group? Absolutely. I gave her a firm nod. It's because we're a ragtag team that we're working so hard. We fight because we're not geniuses. Because we're not geniuses. This time around, I realized there's a way to fight like that. Our performances might not stack up against the main stage in quality, beauty, or technique. But what we did have was passion. Our fiery resolve to take on such an opponent was sure to tilt the scales. After all, it wasn't just any performance stage. It was the Hecatan Festival. A festival, not a contest. Sounds fun, Nito said with a slight smile. A mixture of excitement, a little bit of irritation, and most of all, anticipation was showing on that face. Then, she puffed her chest out and gave me a delightful smile. I'll take down everyone all by myself, she said like some final boss in a video game. I'll show you I'm on a whole other level. Chapter 6, Festival. The morning of the Hecatan Festival arrived with clear skies. It was warm for November, with the early winter sun making the trees shimmer silver. A perfect day for a cultural festival. All the students and staff had gathered in Amanuma High School's first gymnasium. Wow, that really flew by, didn't it? Rokuyo-senpai made it sound like he was having a casual chat with a friend. It's been like 2 months since I became the festival committee president. Everyone's been preparing for about the same time. So, how'd it go? Did you all do a good job? I nodded enthusiastically in response, with the other students around doing the same, each filled with their own feelings, or just staring intently at Rokuyo-senpai. The opening ceremony, the Hekaton Festival, which only runs for 1 day, began with this assembly in the gymnasium. There were greetings from the heads of the school, building exhibits, food stalls, and an overview by Mitarai-sensei. And finally, the festival committee president Rokuyo-senpai's speech would kick off the festival. A warm electricity already filled the air. The faces of the students looking up at the stage showed anticipation and excitement. Despite the cool weather, I could see sweat on the foreheads of some of them. As for me, my entire body felt strangely warm with nervous excitement. What's going to happen today? What kind of day will it be? Well, now that we're here, I don't have much to say, Rokuyo-senpai said, laughing heartily. All I do wanna say is, watch out not to get hurt and follow the rules, but not too strictly. I won't say don't break the rules, just use your own discretion. Not strictly is bad. Follow the rules properly. Okay then everyone. Let's stick to the rules. Laughter broke out over the back and forth between Mitarai-sensei, standing below the stage, and Rokuyo-senpai. Then, clearing his throat slightly, he looked confidently down at us. Above all, have fun, he said in a clear voice. The Hekaton Festival only happens once a year. Let's all enjoy it to the fullest. So, with that being said, he swept his eyes across everyone in the gymnasium. Are you all ready? Everyone set? The staff, teachers, and students on the floor all nodded. Seeing that, Rokuyo-senpai took a deep breath. The 43rd Hekaton Festival is now open. At the same time the last word of his declaration left his lips, a huge round of applause erupted. The brass band behind him began playing a lively performance. The committee members waved as they moved off the stage and into the wings. This year's Hekaton Festival had begun. The day that would decide the future for me and my fellow astronomy club members. Section. It's a bummer you can't be with the class. Oh man, I wanted Sakamoto to cosplay as an Isekai protagonist. Bro, it would have suited him down to the ground. Wait, what the heck kind of cosplay is that? We were standing in the regular school building in front of class 1-7, Nito's and mine. That little exchange from Nishigami, Takajima, and Okita brought a wry smile to my lips. Are there even that many Isekai protagonist outfits? Our class decided on a cosplay cafe for our festival attraction. The general idea was classmates would welcome customers while dressed in cosplay and serve them food off a simple menu. Also, the cosplays looked to have a lot of effort put into them. Even from my perspective, there were the standard cosplays you'd expect from anime, manga, and games. But there were also cosplays of popular comedians, athletes, musicians, YouTubers, VTubers and even teachers from our school. Each classmate dressed as their favorite character. I should add, Nishigami was cosplaying as an orc, Takajima a goblin, and Okita as a female knight. What a unique idea. The frustrating part was he pulled it off perfectly. But you guys went hard working on the volunteer stage, didn't ya? We'll try and come watch if we can spare a few minutes. Yeah, thanks. As they alluded to, Igarashi-san and I were exempted from class duties because we were working as stage staff. I felt bad for not being able to help much with the preparations and causing them trouble up until today. Though, I plan to make up for it by making sure our stage went great, and by visiting the class as a customer during breaks. Nito was very busy all day and couldn't be there either. I figured she was showing off her skills at Hekaton Festival headquarters. And today, I had a personal promise with her. A promise as boyfriend and girlfriend, unrelated to the stages. Just thinking about it got me excited. Yeah, I hope it'll be a good day. I'll make it a good day. I resolved myself again to do just that. Alrighty. Let's go, Sakamoto. Igarashi-san emerged from the classroom. Having finished gathering her things, the community center will open soon. Okay. I nodded, adjusting the bag on my shoulder. All right, we're off. Catch your break a leg. Waving to Nishigami and the others, we headed to the community center, the venue for the volunteer stage section. The venue was already set up. Dark curtains covered every window, and the lights we had prepared illuminated the space. The stage, brought in by a contractor, and the sound equipment at the back of the audience seats were all in place. Big speakers were installed beside the stage, playing music as part of the final check. In the middle of the audience seating was a big circle of all the staff and performers who'd been preparing for this day. Just 2 months. We'd only spent about 60 days together. It was such a short amount of time, but before we knew it, we'd all grown attached to each other. The days had been intense, particularly after Okuyo-senpai revealed his true feelings. Every day we stayed late, practiced over and over, and came up with ideas to promote the event. There were even arguments and fights. But it was all to put on an amazing performance stage. It was exactly because we were so desperate to reach that goal that those fights happened in the first place. And now, the actual day of the performances had arrived. It's finally here. Okuyo-senpai began quietly. Doors open in 10 minutes. From then until 4 in the afternoon, it'll be non-stop. All we can do is run our hardest through to the end. Everyone in the circle nodded in agreement. Okuyo-senpai looked around happily. Thank you all so much for getting us this far, he said, bowing deep. I couldn't have done anything alone. We've come this far because of all of you. So, Okuyo-senpai raised his head, grinning. Let's make today the best performance stage ever. Yeah. Let's beat the main stage. Yeah. And most importantly, let's give it our all. Yeah. Volunteer stage, let's go. Yeah. A huge round of applause broke out. Battleship Potemkins, Azuma-senpai, Over a Moonlit Night, and Flictions were all beaming from ear to ear. The volunteer performers also looked raring to go. The first years doing magic tricks, the second years performing puppet shows, the calligraphy club showing off their skills, were radiating excitement just as much as the scouted performers. And, of course, me. My whole body was burning with the heat of the passion I'd been building up until today. I wanted to throw the performances everyone had prepared at the audience. I couldn't stand still, so I nervously went around checking the venue. It's almost time for the doors to open, a student in charge of timekeeping yelled from the entrance. I looked around reflexively. The staff were all in their correct places. The opening act, Battleship Potemkins, were already waiting in the wings. The lighting and sound were ready as planned. Yep, no problems. Volunteer stage preparations were all fully complete. Let's see how this goes. I swallowed my nerves. I wonder how many people will come to see the opening act. Honestly, I was feeling pretty confident. Our online promotion had been well received. The PV had gotten a bunch of views, with comments like "I'm going and can't make it, so I'll watch the stream," filling the comments section. There was a great response to the programs on Community FM Sujanami too. So how many will show up today? Usually, about 20 people come to see the opening act of the volunteer stage. Hopefully this year we'd get at least twice that. The doors are opening. I was broken out of my thoughts when that loud voice echoed through the gymnasium. Then, through the gap of the door as it opened. Whoa. This is amazing. It's much more professional than last year. They really put their heart into this, huh? A flood of people poured in. Students from our school and ones with unfamiliar uniforms from other schools. Adults who seemed to be parents, and young men and women who were probably fans of the performers. There were surely over 100 people. At a glance, it wasn't just a dozen or so, but way more than that. I felt a shiver down my spine. It was more than I expected. To put it lightly, our promotional push had really paid off. The pleasure of success, the warm joy of seeing everyone's hard work rewarded, was coursing through my veins. I spotted familiar faces amongst the crowd too. My sister Mizuki and Makoto, who seemed to have come together. They came, Huh? Seeing Mizuki excitedly looking around and Makoto glancing around a bit nervously made me feel touched for some reason. Even the staff from Community FM Sujinami and busy ward officials had made time to come. And there was Sakurada-san, the elderly local resident who'd initially been against us using the community center, but later came around and supported us. As always, she was beautifully dressed. She looked much more glamorous than the high school students around her, almost seeming like one of today's performers. And she'd brought friends with her too. Oh my, look. It's such a well set up venue. Wow, this is simply amazing. Students can do things like this nowadays, huh? There were a few fashionable men and women around the same age as her. Seeing such a heartwarming scene and feeling the excitement of a promising start, I nodded to myself and headed to my position in the wings. All right. Let's do this. Section. About an hour into the performances, during a transition after the third group of performers finished, Igarashi-san came over to my post off by the stage wings. Break time, Sakamoto Igarashi-san said while making her way to her new post. You've got an hour of free time. Make sure you're back on time, okay? Yep, got it. By the way, how are things going? She asked anxiously. Are the performances going smoothly? Igarashi-san had taken a break earlier and didn't know how things had been going since the performances started. Like, are the stream and audience getting into it? Look for yourself. I showed her a video of the recent performance on my phone, featuring Over a Moonlit Night. It was buzzing with excitement. The performance was so lively that you could see it through the phone's screen. Over a Moonlit Night was known for their fast-paced alternative rock, but the songs had a pop music feel to them, and I could tell they'd be a popular band online. They had a bunch of very danceable songs, and their music videos got a lot of views on video sharing sites. Their performance was so exciting you could have easily mistaken it for one in a live house. Cheers could be heard from the audience, and what looked to be fans were jumping and dancing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Even other guests, like Mizuki and Sakurada-san, were swaying and clapping along. The venue, packed with about 200 people, was alive with their music. That's amazing, don't you think? It's going really well. I know, right? It's going surprisingly smoothly. How's the stream doing? How many viewers? 300 or nearabouts. I mean, we're not beating the main stage yet, but the numbers are steadily increasing. Yeah, I gave a single nod and looked at Igarashi-san. We're holding our own. If we keep this up, we might actually pull ahead. True, Igarashi-san nodded with a determined smile. Well, let's keep pushing the promotion stuff, both online and through the school's intercom. We can still squeeze in more. Yeah, let's do that. As we were talking, my phone vibrated in my pocket. A message from her. Ah, from her? Yeah. I nodded to Igarashi-san, who had apparently guessed right, and slung my bag over my shoulder. Oh, okay. I mean, the situation is what it is. But anyway, go enjoy yourself. I will. Thanks. Nodding, I headed towards the exit. Yep, see you. Don't get too carried away and be late coming back, Igarashi-san said with a soft laugh. Just so you know, I'm counting on you more than you think. Section. Hey, sorry for the wait. It's okay. I just got here too. I was back at Amanuma High School to meet up with Nito, passing through the front gate with its flashy welcome to the 43rd Hecatan Festival sign spread out above it. You sure it's okay? About the main stage, I mean, yeah, I've asked for all the necessary work to be done. She peered into my face, and grinned. So, you can relax and have fun for a little while, Megari. Nito. She was the formidable opponent who stood in the way of our volunteer stage's success. But right then, she was looking at me with a beautiful smile, her expression filled with excitement. Her hair shimmered in the autumn sunlight. In her Hecatan Festival staff t-shirt, a jersey over the top and a uniform skirt underneath, she just looked like Nito. Got it. I'm glad to hear that, I said and nervously took her hand. All right, let's go. Yep. We started walking towards the bustling school. I really want to go around the festival together and see as much as we can. I was the first to bring it up. Nito, you're the festival committee vice president and you have to manage the main stage, Plus you're a performer too, so you must be busy. But, I said to her a few days ago when we were walking together to the station, I still want to enjoy the Hecatan Festival with you. I was determined to see that happen. For whatever reason, the chemistry between us hadn't been the same lately. There was the time she insisted she'd screw up my life, and the busy rush preparing for the festival. And our competition. The fact I challenged her and said I'd beat her main stage had made our relationship a bit tense. It wasn't like we were on bad times or anything like that, but there was a sort of distant air between us. But, before all that, Nito was first and foremost my girlfriend. Regardless of any talk of challenging each other, I loved Nito, and she told me she loved me too. We were boyfriend and girlfriend. So, I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to enjoy our first festival together as a couple. Me too. Nito nodded in response to my suggestion. I want to have fun at the festival with you too, Megari. Nito looked at me with her hands clenched tight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Her cheeks dyed pink. She seemed a little flustered, as if the conversation had caught her off guard. The face she was making was irresistibly cute. Then let's try our best to line up our schedules, I said while desperately keeping my feelings in check. Can't we match our break times or something? I'll talk to the others. And so, Nito and I tweaked out busy schedules, making time to enjoy the Hecatan Festival alone together. But, I mean, it was a few minutes into us walking around the festival together. We're really starting off with this place, huh? We arrived at the place Nito wanted to visit. I scratched my head and sighed softly. But it's our own class. Don't you wanna see what it's like? Nito turned to me with a slightly annoyed look, as if ready to argue. Aren't you interested in what your classmates are doing, Megari? Well, it's not that I'm not interested, but, just like she'd pointed out, this was our own class, the same class 1-7 that had been transformed into a cosplay cafe. Unlike its usual plainness, it was now flamboyantly decorated. Under a huge cosplay cafe sign was a list of current staff, apparently including a K-pop idol, a certain famous comedian, popular VTuber, orc, female knight, among others. What a combination. But yeah, I was definitely curious. I was curious to see what our class's attraction looked like and whether or not there were actually customers going in. Still, it was the cultural festival, and we finally got a chance to be alone together. I wanted to do something a bit different from usual. Let's just go in. Fine. I get it. I get it. A wry smile formed on my lips at Nito's forcefulness as I let her pull me into the classroom. Wow. It's packed. Seriously. This is amazing. I couldn't help expressing my surprise at the scene spread out before us. It was almost full. The cafe, with its numerous tables and chairs, was almost completely occupied by customers. And, strangely enough, look. Even the customers are in cosplay. For some reason, the customers sitting at the table seem to be in on it too. Not only the staff moving around the classroom, but some of the customers who had come in were also apparently cosplaying. Why? Isn't that usually something only the staff do? Oh, Sakamoto and Nito-san, Ekata, dressed as a female knight, came over after spotting us. Welcome. Please take a seat at an open table, and if you want to cosplay, there's a changing area over here. Wait, when did this become a thing? I just had to ask. Sure enough, there was a booth with cosplay costumes and a makeshift changing area enclosed by covers in one corner of the classroom. Weren't only the staff supposed to cosplay? Why are the customers doing it too? Well, actually, a lot of customers said they wanted to cosplay too, brushing back his long hair that oddly suited his female knight costume. So, we quickly set up a space and stocked up on costumes from Don Quijote, a popular Japanese discount store chain known for its wide variety of products and 24-hour operation. Now customers can enjoy cosplaying too. Really? So, it was the customers' requests. There really are all sorts of customers. Seriously though, setting up a changing area and sourcing extra costumes on the day itself? It scared me a bit how high everyone's motivation was. If I hadn't been involved in running the volunteer stage, maybe I could have enjoyed the class exhibition too. It made me realize that skipping the cultural festival during my first high school go-around was a missed opportunity. I wanna cosplay too, Nito said excitedly. I also wanna wear something different from normal. Huh? Oh Nito-san, feel free, come this way. Yay. What should I choose? Nito happily followed Akita toward the costume area. Hey, wait. Left behind, I reluctantly hurried after them. Then, after we each chose our costume, we found ourselves in the changing area. Wait, this is weird, isn't it? What is? It's definitely weird. What's weird? That we're changing together. We were in the cramped corner of the classroom, which was covered by a curtain. It's fine to want to cosplay, and I don't mind going along with it if I have to. But, changing in the same place, is that really okay? And in a space the size of about 2 tatami mats. The booth definitely wasn't spacious by any stretch of the imagination, and Nito and I were crammed together. I figured there would be separate changing areas for boys and girls, but we ended up having to change so close to each other. What? Come on, it's fine, Nito said, showing me the cosplay costume she'd picked out. She was holding up a Tyrannosaurus costume for me to see. See, all of the costumes can be worn over our uniforms. No need to take off what we're wearing now. I suppose so. But still, boys and girls changing in the same room? Doesn't that feel a bit weird? Also, I was supposed to be cosplaying as a villainess. How the heck did that happen? Akita recommended the costume, saying, I know this will suit you, man. And out of what we have, this would look best on Sakamoto. He was so pushy that I ended up agreeing to wear it. All right. As I was talking, Nito was trying to put on the head of the Tyrannosaurus. She stretched her arms high to fit into the T-Rex's head, apparently struggling to get it on properly. She murmured, fumbling to find the right spot. Next to her, I was trying to put on a wig made of blonde, vertical curls when something caught my eye. Exclamation mark. Her stomach was showing. As she reached up, the hem of her Hecatan Festival staff t-shirt had lifted, revealing a gap between it and her skirt. Exclamation mark. For a moment, I saw her white skin. Being a girl, her waist was much slimmer than mine. No, I can't. If she realizes I'm staring at her stomach, it'll be super awkward. Knowing her, she might tease me with something like, "What's this?" Megari, were you mesmerized by my belly? So, I needed to resist the urge and focus on my own changing, but Nito was wearing a costume head. Her vision was probably pretty limited. It didn't look like it fit her head very well, and likely she couldn't see me at all. Interesting. Nito is completely defenseless right now. Anyway, I should continue changing. I reached for the dress I'd put on the chair and, my eyes drifted to her belly again. It wasn't my fault, I swear. The smooth skin I glimpsed earlier was fine and silky, making me want to touch it. And surprisingly, a bit chubby. Although Nito was generally slim and slender, her stomach looked slightly soft, plump and smooth, like a baby's cheek. I hurriedly pushed down the urge to reach out and touch it. Then my eyes moved to her belly button. A soft indentation casting a shadow, structurally not much different from a guy's one, like mine, just a small dimple in the middle of the stomach, but it was strangely mesmerizing, and I couldn't pry my eyes away from it. Megari, you were? I cried out, startled to hear my name suddenly called. My head snapped up, as if it were being forcibly pulled. What are you staring at? Nito's eyes were fixed on me. She'd apparently finished putting on the T-Rex head, and her own was peeking out from behind the sharp-toothed mouth as she watched me. No, nothing. Liar. You were looking, weren't you? Nito continued to glare at me. Megari, you were looking at my belly. That's, well, I couldn't help it. Oh crap, she caught me. She totally noticed me blatantly staring at her stomach. It was just a quick glance, not really looking. I tried to explain, but Nito wasn't buying it. I definitely noticed. You were staring hard at me, Megari, even smiling a little. Smiling? Was I really doing that? Smiling while looking at her stomach? That's just creepy, even for me. She must be totally put off. What if she breaks up with me because of this? As I was freaking out internally. You thought it looked fat, didn't you?" Nito said in a low voice. "You thought, wow, she's surprisingly chubby, huh? Fat? Chubby? I didn't think that in the slightest. That's not it at all. I thought it looked kinda pretty." "Liar. It's because I've gained weight," Nito yelled from within the T-Rex head as she forcefully pulled down the hem of her t-shirt. "I've actually gained 2 kilos because I've been so busy with festival preparations. That's why you were laughing at me." "That's not it. I just thought it looked soft and wanted to touch it." "See, you said soft. So you do think it looked fat." Before I knew it, our conversation had turned into an argument. Unable to act like I hadn't been staring or that it was just unavoidable, our argument kept going until a kid showed up and joked, "Oi, oi, you guys having a lover's spat or something?" Section. But seriously, the festival was a huge success. Afterwards, having cheered Nito up with some tea and sweets, she and I were walking together through the school, completely immersed in the festival atmosphere. "Look at all these classic stalls, like crepes and yakisoba. And over there, Idol Research Club's copycat performance, where participants aim to perfectly replicate or mimic something, such as a performance by a famous idol group, a scene from a popular show, or any other notable act." "Oh, and here, the Literature Club's Biblio-Battle Tournament, a game which originated in Japan, where participants present and advocate for their favorite books. After presentations, the audience votes for the most compelling book. Hee, it's amazing, isn't it? Look, there's even a hair salon." Sure enough, a class had set up a salon called Salon Amanuma. Students who were probably from families who owned hair salons or aspiring hairdressers themselves were giving trims. Isn't that a bit too much for a festival shop? Then there was the school-wide radio show constantly airing by the broadcasting club. Next up is the teachers segment. Everyone knows her. It's Chiyoda-sensei from the modern literature department, bringing you Momo's heartbreak counseling. "Chiyoda here. Nice to talk to you." I burst out laughing, spitting out the tapioca milk tea I was drinking in the process. "What the heck is she doing?" "Chiyoda-sensei, why are you suddenly showing up on a radio show? And Momo's heartbreak counseling? What kind of segment is that?" As if to answer my question, "In this segment, I, Momo's Chiyoda, will sincerely answer questions from students who have recently experienced heartbreak. Getting closure for love is crucial. If you've been heartbroken, I'm waiting for your questions." Heartbreak counseling? Isn't that setting the bar a bit too high for a cultural festival? And Chiyoda-sensei sounds oddly experienced. Wait, could that mean it isn't her first time? She must have done it at the school she worked at before. That woman looks serious, but has such crazy ideas. But well, I do like Chiyoda-sensei a fair bit and trust her too. Sigh. After seeing everything in the school, I let out a small sigh. But actually, Nito and I made a promise to go somewhere after this, a promise to show her something. "All right. Should we head over?" I nervously broached the topic with Nito, standing beside me. "Looks like our break time is almost over too." "Yeah," Nito agreed, nodding easily. "Okay then, let's go see the volunteer stage." She looked at me and smiled. "Let's check out the hard work you and the others have put in." She had a bright smile free of nervousness or anxiety, a calm expression showing her absolute confidence. "That's right. I'd promised to show her the volunteer stage after our walk." "Okay, let's go," I said and started walking towards the exit. "How will it go?" Nito still didn't seem like she thought for a second that she was going to lose. It made sense, honestly, because until recently she'd been making regular checks on our progress. She even checked the videos of our planned performances up until just before Okuyo-senpai confessed his true feelings. So she must have been convinced that the main stage would be better. She was confident she'd be the one to carry the atmosphere of this hackathon festival. So, I wondered how she'd react when she actually saw the stage with her own eyes. That part scared me, and my heart pounded violently in my chest. With awkward movements, I led her to the community center section. "Well then, let's go in." "Okay, you ready?" "Yep, all good." We'd arrived at the community center. With one hand on the gymnasium door, I was checking in with Nito before we went inside. The crowd at the center seemed to even surprise Nito. It was packed with people who were there to watch the volunteer stage performances, as well as students and locals on their way out. By the looks of her, Nito didn't expect that big of a turnout. The performer currently on stage was Azuma Kirara-senpai, the cute dancer who went viral on TikTok. She was the one who put the most effort into beating Nito out of all the performers, constantly promoting her performance online. Even through the door, we could hear the sound of music and fans cheering. So, it must have been going well. She must have been nailing her performance. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and opened the door. As Nito and I stepped inside, "Oh wow, insane." We both cried out as a whirlpool of excited energy swept over us. Dazzling lights illuminated Kirara-senpai, dancing on the stage. I took in her cute movements and gestures. She knew exactly how to work every angle, her dance screaming, "Kawaii." It synced perfectly with the popular Vocaloid song blasting through the speakers. But the audience was something else. There were a heap of young people who looked like Azuma-senpai's fans. They were swinging glow sticks to the beat, and cheering their lungs out. The intensity inside the gymnasium was incredible, with a swirling heat from the crowd's energy, and you can even feel the floor vibrating to the beat. It was like stepping into a fantasy world. As we stood there in awe, the song wrapped up, a huge wave of cheers and applause broke out, and Azuma-senpai thanked the crowd through the microphone. "Thanks so much, everyone. Love the support." And thanks to those who danced along. Her voice was super cute, kind of like a bell chiming. The crowd went wilder, with cheers and shout-outs all directed at her. "It's getting pretty hot in here, so be careful with the heat, okay? We don't want anyone getting heat stroke or anything." Her concern earned her another round of cheers. Shouts of "thank you" and "will do" echoed throughout the gymnasium. I could see Nito fidgeting beside me as she took in the scene. Now, considering all that, Azuma-senpai's voice suddenly dropped a notch. Then, when the cheers had died down, she let out a deep, deep sigh. "Huh? What's wrong?" The mood changed. While I stood there confused, she opened her mouth slightly. "Hey, do you think this is enough to win?" she whispered in the mic. "Do you really think we can beat the main stage? Beat Nito? Like this?" Her voice grew louder and louder with each word. You could hear the rustle of agitated stirring from the crowd. "What's going on? Why is she saying this all of a sudden?" I didn't think she was the type to say stuff like that in public. Then, she finally shouted out, "We can't win like this, can we? We need more, right?" She sounded exactly like a delinquent. "You guys, we can do better, right? Like, we can do more, can't we?" Each and every word was charged with determination, a clear will to win, and her shouts had the crowd completely on the hook. I'll admit, Nito is seriously amazing. She's a genius, and super cute too. We'd normally stand no chance. But she gripped the mic tight, her gaze sweeping over the audience. "Even so, I know we want to beat her." Her voice boomed through the gymnasium. "I said it on the live stream, didn't I? Our goal today is to beat her, to outshine the main stage with our volunteer stage. We absolutely want to make that come true." The audience erupted with thunderous cheers. You could hear shouts of "You can do it," and "You'll definitely win, Kirara-chan." "Thank you," Azuma-senpai whispered softly. Then, "But for that, I need everyone's power." Her expression softened back to her usual cuteness. Her adorable upward glance stirred up a desire to protect her. "I can't do it alone. I need everyone's cheers and support." Her eyes welled up with tears as she gripped the mic tightly with both hands. "So please, lend me your strength," she yelled to the crowd. The cheers were almost deafening, thunderous applause that felt like it could break the ceiling. "Now for the next song." Let's get even more fired up. Here's Chocolate Sparkle from Edge. With that intro, the next song began to play, a cute pop song about a girl's love. As the melody played, she started dancing, and a massive wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The intensity was far greater than before, so much so that just standing at the back made sweat seep out all over my body. "Megari." Nito's voice reached my ears as I stood transfixed by the performance. She tapped my shoulder, her mouth just inches away from my ear. I'm gonna head back now. What, already? There's still time though, I said as I turned around to look at her. Sorry, I have a lot to prepare. Her serious face caught me by surprise. I'll leave a bit early. That was all it took for me to understand. Nito felt threatened by Azuma-senpai's words, by the electrifying audience. It made her feel anxious. This girl, Nito, who was famous all over Japan, was intimidated by our volunteer stage. Okay, I said with a nod. Right now, all I could do was see Nito off. I figured there wasn't any need to say more or show concern. Good luck, then. Yeah, thanks. I'll come and watch your performance. I'm looking forward to it. Got it. With that, Nito turned her back to me and briskly walked away. After watching her go, I let out a sigh. I slipped through the swirling heat of the crowd and made my way back to the staff area section. We're winning. We're beating the main stage. And viewers again. Igarashi-san excitedly told me that as I entered the staff area. The Hekaton Festival was nearing its end, with only Flictions left to perform on the volunteer stage. All right, this is good. Can we really do it? Backstage, the staff gathered around her, peering at the computer screen. Igarashi-san, clearly excited, pointed at it. Look at this. The main stage has 987 viewers, and we're at 1011 right now. Cheers of ooh rose all around. We'd been tracking the live stream viewership in real time. From the start, our online numbers were neck and neck with the main stage. It constantly went back and forth, with us taking the lead several times. It felt like, overall, we might actually be winning. And online, wasn't the volunteer stage in the lead. It wasn't a delusion. That's how things had been progressing. Though, we hadn't counted the actual visitors to the venue yet. We'd only find that out after the festival ended, and the outcome of the competition remained uncertain until then. But our gymnasium had been consistently close to full capacity. At the very least, we weren't lagging far behind the main stage. We might actually win. There was a fighting chance we might beat the main stage. The feeling that anything was possible was beginning to spread throughout the entire volunteer stage staff. Sakamoto, you're gonna watch the last act, right? Igarashi-san looked up from the computer. You're gonna see Chika's live performance, aren't you? Yeah. As I nodded, all eyes turned to me. Sorry, but I'm going to head out. I'll make sure to see how the other side is doing. Yep. Igarashi-san gave me a small nod. See you later, then. Yeah, see you later. After that exchange, I left the community center. Stepping out onto the street, I took a deep breath. This would determine our future, the outcome of Rikuyo-senpai's challenge, Nito's major debut, and maybe even the future of my relationship with Nito. Despite everything, I steeled myself and moved forward, one step at a time. I headed towards Amanuma High School's first gymnasium, the main stage where Nito would perform. Section. Just as I thought. It's amazing. I found myself grumbling to myself as I arrived at the gymnasium and saw how crowded the stands were. How many people are here? Must be well over 1,000. The floor, which usually gathers nearly 1,000 students, was full to the brim. Though there were fewer seats than usual, there were still a lot of people standing. I wouldn't have been surprised if there were that many people right now. The question is if we can maintain our lead. I thought, up to this point, the audience size was slightly in favor of the volunteer stage. If you took into account online viewership and actual attendees, we were probably beating them. So the competition would come down to one thing, whether we could hold our lead for this last stretch. With Nito likely to boost their numbers a huge amount, could Flictions hold out? No, they'll be fine. I knew better than anyone how hard they had worked until today. From the constant promotion, to all the refinement to their performances. I'd never had much interest in dance groups before, but I was moved to tears during yesterday's rehearsal. So, they definitely boost our numbers too. We should be able to withstand this. Just then, she's here. The lights in the gymnasium dimmed, and spotlights illuminated the stage. The setup was simple, fitting for the main stage. A grand piano and a single mic. Music started to play through speakers on both sides, welcoming Nito on. Now, let's see what happens. What kind of performance will Nito put on today? I felt equal parts anxious and honestly. Excited. Torn between those two emotions. I was restless in my seat in the middle of the gymnasium. I loved Nito's singing and I loved her songs too. So I was genuinely looking forward to today's performance. I was hoping I was about to see something amazing. And, after a short pause, Nito appeared. The crowd stirred. No, not just the crowd. I also gasped at the sight of Nito quietly approaching the piano. Huh. Nito. She wore a pure white dress. A dress adorned with delicate decorations that reached to her ankles. Until now, Nito mostly wore black dresses. The design of her website and music videos also prominently featured black. I figured it was probably to enhance her image as shadowy genius. And her serious expressions when she sang definitely did match the dark color perfectly. So then, white, the complete opposite color to what she wore before. But, strangely enough, it suited her. She looked more radiant. Her steps somehow lighter. I felt like I was seeing a new side to her. But that wasn't the biggest change. The crowd wasn't stirring because of her outfit. Nito stood at the front of the stage, facing us. After bowing deeply, she lifted her face and smiled, a innocent, joyful, happy smile. And, her hair was shorter. Her long hair, which had reached down her back, had been cut short. That's what they call a bob, I think. A rounded, cute hairstyle with a hint of pink in a color that made her expression livelier than before. No way, I blurted out in disbelief. Just a moment ago, it was long. Yeah. Just a moment ago, when we were watching the volunteer stage together, she had long hair. How'd she manage to get it cut in such a short time? Ah, the salon. Then it clicked. There was a class doing a hair salon as their attraction. It was called Salon Amanuma. If I recall correctly, Nito seemed interested in it. So she must have had her hair cut there. Looking up at Nito on stage again with her fresh, short-haired look, I realized. It really suits her, I blurted out. She looks incredibly cute. Of course, she looked great with long hair too. I lost count of how many times my heart skipped a beat seeing her long hair fluttering in the wind. But still, short-haired Nito. I felt like this new light and kind of intellectual hairstyle suited her incredibly well. It felt like this was the real Nito all along. And I found myself falling in love all over again. I love Nito. I loved the girl standing up on stage smiling. I could clearly feel that emotion in my heart. And, so that's it. Somehow, I felt like I understood her intentions. Nito. Maybe she's finally let go of something. Nito had always bound herself tightly, with her music, her future, her guilt, yet now, she seemed a bit more free. As if she had somehow accepted her fate. If that was true, it made me feel excited. Excited to see what kind of song she'd sing, what the current her would create. I genuinely looked forward to it. While I was lost in those thoughts, she took her seat at the piano. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath, and let fingers dance across the keys. Complex chords intertwined, weaving a single song. The rhythm bounced, and the melody danced. Then, Nito stood up. As if she couldn't contain herself any longer, she got up from her seat and swayed joyfully. She brought her face close to the mic and opened her mouth wide, and started to sing. Nito's throat vibrated as she began to weave a melody with her voice. A free and cheerful melody that filled the gymnasium. A full-faced smile lit up her face. It was the first time I'd seen her make that kind of expression. Nito, singing so joyfully, was something I'd never seen before, even including my first high school life. I was completely captivated, seeing nothing but the song she created and the world it embodied. Galaxies exploded with every blink, falling drops of sweat turned into stars. The scenery around me brightened with vivid colors. A vibrant excitement welled up inside me. And there she was, in the midst of it all. In the heart of the world she created, in the passion and whirlpool of sound from the audience. Nito looked like she was blissfully enjoying herself, innocently playing with the sound. Epilogue 1. Winter message. And the tally is. I looked up from the laptop I'd been working on. Finished. The volunteer stage performers and staff, buzzing with excitement, all turned their attention towards me. But at the center of it all, stood Rokuyo-senpai, The key player in this battle watched me calmly with his arms crossed. The Hecatan Festival had come to a successful close. After the closing ceremony in the gymnasium, we had moved back to the community center to check the result of today's competition. I was tasked with tallying the numbers. I combined the unique user counts from the website's streaming section, created by the computer club, and attendee counts tallied by the festival committee. And now, the paper in my hand held the result of the battle. Rokuyo-senpai's future. How'd it go? Rokuyo-senpai asked me in a bright voice, as if somehow enjoying the moment. Tell us the results. Yes, I nodded and stood up from my chair, then turned to face everyone. The total for the volunteer stage, combining attendees and stream viewers, is... I paused for a second. 5,208. There was a collective gasp of surprise. Over 5,000. It was definitely far beyond everyone's expectations. In a normal year, volunteer stages couldn't even pull 200 people. Even in the previous timeline, it didn't hit 1,000. It was safe to say we'd managed to put on a performance stage completely different to ones in previous years. The mood in the room was hopeful. I could feel the expectant eyes trained on me. And for the main stage, combining attendees and stream viewers, the total is... I paused again, then delivered the outcome of today's battle to everyone. 7,811. Volunteer stage, 5,208 people. Main stage, 7,811 people. There was a defeat. Our volunteer stage had lost. Until Nito's performance, we'd definitely been in the lead. It might just sound like an excuse, but it was true. We outdid their stage and performances, drawing in a larger crowd. And honestly, I believe we truly entertained them. The faces of the audience in the seats, their joyful expressions, told me that today's performances would stay with them forever. But then came Nito. With her new haircut, she took the stage at the end. Frankly, her performance was on a whole other level. I'd seen Nito perform a bunch of times in my first high school life, and now, up close and online, I had witnessed her performances in various forms. But this time, her performance was drastically different from all the others. Her expression was vibrant and liberated. Her voice spun the melody smoothly. She'd changed. She'd let go of everything that tied her down and found freedom. She played the piano as if bursting with energy and sang as if she was dancing. That change caused a big surprise among the online listeners and quickly became a hot topic on social media. Nito looks so different from usual. She looks super happy. Is this really Nito-san? I didn't know she was this cute. As a result, the Hecatan Festival's streaming site was flooded with viewers, the numbers multiplying several times. It didn't reach the tens of thousands of her usual streams on other video sites, but the buzz on social media about Nito's transformation continued, and the archived video would probably keep ticking up. So, it was a defeat. We'd lost. Everyone was stunned. We hadn't made it. Despite all our combined efforts, despite giving it our all, we fell short. The looks on everyone's faces showed they didn't know how to process that fact. But then, thank you. A voice echoed through the gymnasium. Thank you everyone, for fighting your hardest. It was Rokuyo-senpai. He bowed deep to us and spoke with his most passionate voice of the day. But, I'm sorry, it's my fault we lost. It's because I wasn't good enough. Everyone worked so hard, and I let you down. No way. The first to respond was Azuma-senpai, looking close to tears as she rushed to Rokuyo-senpai's side. Rokuyo-kun, you were amazing. I really had fun. Yeah, seriously, I had a blast. Everyone was laughing so hard. The crowd around Rokuyo-senpai grew, giving him their gratitude one after another. The mood began to relax a little as everyone started to accept the defeat. What about your promise to your father? Igarashi-san suddenly muttered. Does this mean you couldn't keep your promise to outdo the main stage? The mood grew heavy again. Oh right. Yeah, the promise Rokuyo-senpai made his father, to beat the main stage and earn his approval to start his own business. This meant that we couldn't fulfill that promise. And then, I remembered. Back when we started preparing for the Hecatan Festival, I remembered how the future Rokuyo-senpai looked. He was like an unimaginably different person. The spirit sucked out of him. He was just spending his days aimlessly, without any confidence, goals, or anything he wanted to do. Would he end up like that again? Would Rokuyo-senpai lose hope like that? About that. But Rokuyo-senpai hadn't lost his confident smile. My old man came to see the volunteer stage. Oh really? What did he say? He was moved, Rokuyo-senpai said with a happy smile. He couldn't believe what me and my friends had created. Honestly, it exceeded all his expectations. Rokuyo-senpai looked into the eyes of each of us in turn. He'll let me start my own business, he told us in a strong, proud voice. Cheers erupted. Permission to start his own business. The outcome everyone had hoped for. Sure, he hadn't been able to reach Nito's heights. He gave it everything he had, but still ended up losing. But still, if grabbing that kind of future is possible, if Rokuyo-senpai has a bright future ahead of him, then I think that's enough. Rokuyo-senpai, looking slightly embarrassed as everyone offered him their congratulations, scratched his cheek. But, you know, he continued, I decided to work at my old man's company first. Wow. Everyone was stunned. Why? He'd gotten the approval he ended, so why work at this father's company? Rokuyo-senpai looked at all our confused faces and scratched his head. I mean, I came this far after pushing myself to the limit, and after that I understood what my old man was saying to me. I still have so much to learn. That's why I tried to do everything alone and hit a wall. I regret not asking for help sooner. My old man's suggestion to join his company is... He paused, then smiled sheepishly. A chance to learn before starting my own business. Makes sense, I suppose. His father wasn't outright rejecting his ambitions. As a parent, he probably made that suggestion out of worry and thoughtfulness. So I want to start there, learn the basics of the business at my old man's company. Sorry, everyone. You helped me, and I'm being selfish. Rokuyo-senpai bowed deeply again. But thanks to you all, I've learned a lot. I reckon this experience will change my future a lot. Thank you so much. And in his eyes as he looked at all us were tears. So I'm really hoping that today turns into an unforgettable memory for all of us. Section. As everyone's applause died down, I, Haruki Rokuyo, made my way over to Megari Sakamoto. Yo, good work out there. Yeah, you too. Megari raised his head and looked at me. I saw the dark circles under his eyes, the sweat on his forehead, his wrinkled t-shirt. This guy had really given it everything he had. He ran his hardest beside me all the way to the end of this hackathon festival. So, when I start my business, I'll give you a call. That's what I told him. When I finish learning and decide to set up my company, I'll call you. If you're up for it, let's work together. Whoa, seriously? Megari replied with a grin. Looks like I've already got a job lined up, huh? Yeah, but remember, if I mess up, we're both out of a job. I joked back, and we shared a laugh. Ever since that rainy day, when we talked in the schoolyard covered in mud, I felt like we'd really bonded. But are you sure I'm the right person? He asked lightly. I mean, what if I'm no good at it? It's cool. I gave Megari a confident nod. Then, I let out all my gratitude and feelings. You're my partner. Man. Megari's eyes widened in surprise, and then he laughed, looking a bit embarrassed. A lot of time had passed since those days spent desperately trying to win the 50-meter dash. I've gone from a little kid in elementary school to a high schooler, almost an adult. I wonder if a piece of that little boy still lives inside me. Is the boy who ran with everything he had that day watching me now? If he is, I'd like to tell him, tell that younger me, about today. Hey, I found it. A way to run faster, better than just trying hard on your own. Epilogue 2. The asteroid where tomorrow begins. The day after the Hecatan festival ended, I returned to the future and visited the police station. It was just after 10 in the morning. I have some questions regarding the disappearance of Chika Nito-san. I'd received that polite message and headed to a police station near the city center with my parents. It seemed Nito still disappeared in this future too. Even with the issue with Rokuyo-senpai resolved, and even without her leaving the astronomy club, she still disappeared from our lives. To be honest, I'd kind of expected this. The reason Nito told me she had to disappear was still unresolved, and her biggest problem still loomed over her. Entering the police station, I informed the receptionist why I was visiting. While waiting, I idly browsed through news sites on my phone. It had been a while since the news of her disappearance in this timeline. The media continued to cover her missing persons case, and her fans were apparently still in turmoil. Though, her goodbye letter was much more toned down than before. Goodbye. I won't return to Tokyo. The publicly published text clearly indicated she was still alive somewhere. Yet, the fans who'd been captivated by her music remained anxious. Online, people were speculating left and right about the reason for her disappearance, and countless reasons why Nito disappeared. Text and videos posts were popping up, ranging from baseless delusions to plausible theories. Sorry to keep you waiting. A young man in a suit appeared from the back of the building. Apparently he'd been sent to guide us. We followed him onto the elevator, and were led to what was probably a reception room which felt somewhat claustrophobic and unfriendly. Sorry for making you come all the way here. A middle-aged man was waiting for us there, sitting in a creaky chair. He said he was in charge of Nito's missing person case. Being a celebrity, they were carefully and extensively searching for her. So, he began, pulling out several sheets of A4 paper with something copied on them. Your name was mentioned in a letter Nito-san left behind. Is that right? Actually, I'd anticipated this too. I remembered the news on graduation day. According to the press release, they lost contact with Nito after a rehearsal in the city on the 20th. When they visited her apartment, where she lived alone, they found a letter addressed to an acquaintance. A letter addressed to an acquaintance. That must be about me. I get it now. She wrote to me before disappearing. Could you please read it? The man asked gently. If anything comes to mind, it might help us. Understood. I steeled myself and nodded. The letter Nito left for me. There was no doubt in my mind that I needed to read it. Thank you. Then, please, he said, handing me the copied pages. I took a deep breath and slowly began to read. There, in Nito's handwriting, was an apology to me. Megari, you were a truly incredible person before you got involved with me. You achieved a lot in astronomy, and were even heading to university in that field. Being with me, you gave up on that path. I'm sure I changed you. So, goodbye. I'm sorry. I see. After reading everything, I let out a deep breath. So that's how it is? It was just as I thought. I must have been devoted to astronomy in one of her loops. I stoically worked hard for my future, not getting distracted by Nito's genius, nor enjoying days with friends. And, somehow, I reached for the stars and managed to grab one. Then Nito appeared, and that future crumbled. For some reason, I ended up facing a bad ending. Feeling responsible, Nito stopped everything she was doing and left in order to disappear from my life. Got it. Swallowing that fact, facing the reason for her disappearance, I realized what I truly had to do with my time travel. So, that means I need to. I stared at the few pages in front of me, at Nito's handwriting. Find an asteroid, I quietly whispered to myself. The end of our time travel, of our do-overs, was slowly drawing closer. Afterward, I have a certain level of confidence in all of my published works. Were you surprised by what you read? I can proudly say to everyone, read this. Because I think I've made them worth it. Of course, in reality, there are works that went smoothly and others that didn't. Those that sold well and those that didn't. Looking back now, I can see that some were technically immature. Even so, I've always given my all. I did everything I could at the time and always believed that my books would be enjoyable for the readers. With that in mind. About tomorrow, when spring comes 3. Honestly, this might be the book I'm most proud of. I feel like I've managed to write exactly what I've always wanted to. The ideal story in my mind. I've always wanted to draw about the friendship between boys, the differences between people, and the image of ordinary people clinging to those with talent. I think I've managed to express these themes through Nito and Sakamoto in the way I envisioned. So, to speak honestly about how I feel now, I'm so glad. I'm really happy that I could write it this way. From the start of the series, this third volume was a major point for me. Could I depict it in a truly satisfying way? As for the overall quality of the series, and as an individual writer, this felt like a crucial test. I'm truly relieved that I was able to finish this book in such a way. This is thanks to everyone's support. Really, thank you. Honestly, even my editor praised me a lot. Also, what was fun in writing this volume was that the characters moved on their own more than ever. Moan suddenly started saying scary things, and Nito wore costumes on her own. As for the new character, Azuma Kirara-senpai, she caused a major upheaval that wasn't planned at all in the plot stage. She became an unexpected favorite character for me, and I'm really glad she made it to the illustrations. It was super fun. This time, it's also the cultural festival episode. I wanted to make it a lively and fun volume, so the characters really helped me out. Oh, and one more thing. It's common in my works, but various matters dealt with in the story are deeply related to my own way of living. Nito's worries, Sakamoto's regrets, Makoto's loneliness. All of these feel like fragments of my own life. In this volume, it's especially about what Rokuyo is dealing with. The same theme is quite significant in my life too, to put it further. This series, Tomorrow, When Spring Comes itself, is an attempt to find the same path that Rokuyo has found. So in a way, his struggles are not unrelated to me. Like what he has found, I hope to find my path in the future. If there are readers who feel the same way, who can find characters they relate to, not just Rokuyo, and think, I have this side to me too, there's nothing more pleasing for me. That feeling has become even stronger in this third volume. And yes, another important thing in this volume is the last change in Nito-san. Were you surprised by it? Being the main heroine in a Misaki work means this. Smirking to myself. For those who haven't read it yet, please look forward to what happens. This development was a first-time challenge for me as a writer. Now, Tomorrow, When Spring Comes is approaching a significant climax in the series. At this stage, I feel like I can write it all the way to the end as I initially envisioned. I hope you'll continue to look forward to it. Also, a new work has been released under MF Bunko. Go 4 p.m. Tomai, Tokadoki So, a work themed around voice actors. I did a lot of research and wrote about actors. I'm really confident in this work, so please pick it up and give it a read. It turned out to be really good. So, see you in the next work. Farewell. Misaki Seiji no Miya. End of Volume 3.